Mr. Trump a response, I just look at David and I'd say, do you want to fact check that? And then I'd wait. And he'd be like, what? And I'd be like, you said you were fact checking in real time, so I don't want to interrupt you as you fact check her because
she's lying.
Yeah. So would you
She
would you
just
mind?
lied repeatedly.
Would you mind? And also, and you could do that every time. She says the bloodbath thing. Trump could have just went, are you guys are going to fact check that? You're not fact checking that. Is there a reason why you're not fact checking that? Okay. Do you want me to say? Okay. The bloodbath thing was economics. I was talking about the auto industry. Next question. Trump. If they want, if David, how do you pronounce the guy's name? Muir.
Like
Muir.
demure.
Okay.
Very mindful.
Nobody
demure.
knows.
Very demure.
No, Hannah
I'm
Clay's
confident
right.
in what I'm saying.
If he wanted to be in the debate, then Trump should have welcomed him back in the debate every step of the way. I think he should have.
I think the greatest bias that David Muir showed last night was that if the roles had been reversed of the assassination attempt, and God hope it never happens to anybody, if it had been the vice president or Joe Biden who almost got killed at an event, the opening line to Mr. Trump would have been, President Trump, 6 weeks ago, your opponent was almost killed. The political violence in this country nearly cost her life. Is there something you would like to say to her right now that she survived this assassination attempt? And do you agree that we have reached a level of political violence that is unattainable? And do you hold some responsibility? That would have been the opening damn question
100%
to Trump.
Right.
And they
would have
even
blamed.
acknowledge
They would have blamed.
He had to
him
bring
for
it up himself.
100%.
He was the one who had to bring up his own assassination attempt,
Didn't acknowledge
which is
it.
crazy because the Joe Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, I know she wants to have her name attached to it, at least she used to, they talked about gun violence all the time. And then suddenly they're sort of like, well, we're not going to talk about it. Or suddenly Kamala Harris is a gun owner. Did you hear that one?
Yeah. What guns do you?
Big twist.
What guns do you own?
Right.
I didn't know you were a gun.
Very non-specific answer.
That would have been my Trumpism also. The vice president, you're a gun owner. Wow, what guns do you own? When did you buy them?
Which one's your favorite?
Which one? Yeah, exactly.
And I could be
How many
wrong.
magazine
I got a favorite.
clips? How many magazine clips do you have? Just use fake terms that and catch her because they use fake terms. Or Joe Biden would always say, "This magazine clip has 45 rounds." People are like, "What the hell is he talking
Magazine
about?"
clip.
Right? So
We just got so used to him not
Fully
being said.
semi-automatic.
full semi AR style 15. What you mean it was long, right? AR 15 style gun.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean?
It's a semi-automatic rifle. Are you saying it's a 5.56? I don't know what you're trying to say with that.
I think voters knew Trump might get, agitated. He might make some bold claims. It's not surprising to them that he did that. Kamala Harris sort of did nothing. She did not define herself well enough. And that's why so much of the media coverage afterward is actually like, well, she got Trump to do this. Oh, well, she said this thing to Trump, and here's how Trump reacted. They're acting like she won, but she didn't define herself. She did not set herself apart. We don't really know what her policies are other than some fun labels, the opportunity economy, whatever. And I think long term that will hurt her no matter what the polls say. Like I pointed out before, Hillary Clinton supposedly won all the debates and surged in the polls and somehow lost the election. So,
well, let's jump to this story. During last night's debate, Donald Trump said that Joe Biden hates Kamala. And then a day later, Joe Biden did this. He put on a Trump hat. It's a real photo. CBS also says Biden wears Trump 2024 hat at Pennsylvania fire station to promote unity. He didn't. He literally just was handed a hat and put it on. This is why I hate the machine state. Okay.
Yeah, that's a disgusting headline, and it's a complete lie.
It's
He just was doing what he was, and he's also
No.
he's like, oh, I'm folksy. They give me a hat, I'll just put it on.
Right. And so this is what the media does. Joe Biden will be up on stage and he'll be looking around and he'll go, the economy. We got to, watch that, my economy. And then you're just going, what? But then the media writes, in an impassioned speech, Joe Biden said the economy was a central focus of his administration. It's like, no, he didn't. He said, blah, 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 blah. But then instead of quoting him,
he has a stutter.
They paraphrase and give you the idea of what they think he was saying. Joe Biden put on a Trump hat. That's the news. There's nothing else. I can tell you nothing else. Joe Biden went to an event. He was at a fire station. Someone handed him a Trump hat. He put it on. Make up for your mind why he did it or what it means. For the media to now run this, and all these leftists are saying it's because he believes in national unity and he's a good guy. No, he was handed a hat. He put it on. Maybe he didn't even know it said Trump on it.
He always calls Trump supporters MAGA extremists. He obviously does not care about unity. It's so much funnier to me that he didn't really, if you watch the video, he looks a little bit lost. He puts it on. And somewhere in the periphery of this video, one of his handlers is like, no, don't do this. Like,
I'm going to say this because we're allowed to do it. Biden wears Trump 2024 hat in endorsement of Trump's reelection campaign.
Wow, he endorsed Trump. That's great.
I mean,
look at that.
If they can say to promote unity, then I can say to endorse Trump.
Why not? Anything is game. Anything
Sure.
is game. I don't think he you look, he's confused. I don't think he knew what he was doing. But as a politician, never wear a hat.
After he did it, what happened was
Don't eat, never wear a hat.
White House press secretary said he's promoting bipartisan unity.
Oh,
The media then says, okay, thank you for our talking point. We'll say that.
yeah.
I mean, but why hasn't he been doing this for the past 3 years, right? Like, he doesn't care about bipartisan unity at all. I actually do feel like there is a little bit of resentment, not even a little bit. I think there's a ton of resentment towards Kamala Harris. In this moment, he just looks so bewildered and confused that there is a chance he didn't know what he was putting on. But
I think he didn't know where he was.
Yeah, of course, he never does. But I think he actually does not like Kamala Harris. I mean, she let Donald Trump trash him on stage, which twofold works for Donald Trump because she cannot separate herself from the Biden administration. You notice that she doesn't say Biden's name. She avoided it as much as possible, but she would say, well, we accomplished this when it was the Biden-Harris administration. In this case, I can only imagine that Joe Biden, in a lucid moment, is wondering when he sees these clips why this lady that she gave a huge platform to, this nice lady who's been following him around for the past couple of years, isn't saying anything in his defense.
Yeah, I think it's hysterical that she was trying to promote her foreign policy bona fides by saying a couple days before the Ukraine invasion she was over there. And you want to think, you're definitely smart, you're talented, you've made it thus far. You've been vice president for a hot minute. You were a senator for about 2 years. You're in this room with NATO leaders. You don't know what the hell is going on. You have no idea why you're there. You don't know anything about the military. You know probably nothing about foreign policy. And to give this idea that, like, on my 4th day in office, I went over to Kyiv and convened these world leaders. I would have loved to have been in that room as she was sitting down with these world leaders, being like, what the hell is, I didn't know France was going to be here. Yeah, Madam Vice President, France is going to be here.
They gave her a seat at the table and they're like, okay, just listen.
Just
it's
sit.
cool.
Yeah.
And like Trump pointed out, great job. Russia's still invaded.
So you said that Kamala Harris didn't mention Biden last night, and that is substantially true. She mentioned him to say that she is not Joe Biden, to say that, Trump is not running against Joe Biden. And she mentioned him when talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal, which killed 13 servicemen and women. Those are the only times. Those were the only times that she mentioned him. I've been scanning through. I pulled up the transcript of the debate just to see, some different things. And yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
She laid Joe Biden to rest at the DNC. He went first. He talked about that she would continue on the work that he has done with his administration. And then several days later, she came on stage, said goodbye to Joe, and basically only talked about herself from then on. She does not want to be associated with Joe Biden. And at the same time is sort of recycling policies. I mean, didn't Raheem Kassam on Monday point out that like her policies on the website?
Just a quick correction. Biden did ask for the hat. He knew exactly what it was.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's even funnier. He does hate her.
That's even funnier.
That's way better. Raheem Kassam pointed out on Monday that if you go to the code section of her policy page, it's actually lifted off of Biden's. I mean, she is 100% just another reiteration of the Biden machine, no matter how hard she fights it.
You have to remember, too, there's no Biden machine. Kamala Harris would be the continuation of the Obama era. And that's sort of part of the goal.
It's always a rebound. It was Obama, and now it's Biden, and then we want it to be Harris. I didn't think that one's going to work as well as I think.
Well, this is what she had to accomplish last night, and as well as she did, and she was prepared, and the media is saying she won. One of the things that she had to do was she had to explain one of two things. You're either a brilliant vice president, and this administration is great, but everyone knows that's false, right? Because the economy is in terrible shape. The world has broken out into warfare. So it's either that or you are this brilliant mind independent of the administration, and I just sat there for 3.5 years as a coward. I hid the fact that Biden is mentally incapacitated, and I had no ability to put any of my agenda or all these great policy ideas into play. So you have to elect me, and then I will do great things, but I haven't been able to do it thus far. It's one of those two, and I don't think the audience believes that it's the latter, that you're this gifted mind with these wonderful policies, and you just haven't been able to get them through the Biden administration. People don't believe she's an independent actor separate from Joe Biden.
Well, because she's not an independent actor separate from Joe Biden. She is intrinsically linked to him. She is the
tethered.
Yeah, she is the DEI vice president. And, you know, if she wins, she would be the DEI president. And there's no getting around that.
Yeah.
And if I were her, I would find that to be kind of humiliating. And I would go really crazy to make sure that I was differentiating myself, but with actual policy positions. And she hasn't done that. Instead, when she did that, you know, one interview, and now she's done one debate, what she said in that interview was that her values hadn't changed. But she's continually backtracking on things that she previously said were core values. So if her values hadn't changed, then she is lying to the American people now. She is lying to voters now. And even Bernie Sanders, when asked about it, said she's saying what she has to say to get elected. And I don't know if you guys remember this back in 2008, but you had Obama, who was then he was a senator, right?
2 years.
Yeah, and he was going around saying something different to everyone. He was saying, yes, gay marriage to some people, no gay marriage to other people. He was going around, he always had a different answer. He was talking out of both sides of his mouth. And I remember talking to, you know, my big lefty friends about it at the time and being like, but he said this and he said this. He said he's going to bring more troops into Afghanistan. And they were like, no, he's not going to do that. Everybody was able to assume that Obama was speaking in code and that he actually stood for exactly what they wanted him to stand for. And that's something that Kamala Harris is trying to do, but I don't think it's going to be effective because we've all seen this already. And we were lied to by Obama. Everyone thought he was going to be anti-war, even though he said he was going to go into Afghanistan. And we just got out of Afghanistan. And now no women in Afghanistan can speak in public or get an education. And we lost 13 guys trying to get out of there. And the Taliban had a military parade with all our equipment.
It's Obama was the reverse dog whistle. He would say something, excuse me, and the war thing's a great point because Obama had talked about pulling out of Iraq, but surging in Afghanistan, and that's what he ended up doing. But it was all code. He would say something, and then people would say, no, he's just saying that. He's actually wink, wink, you know. And then with Donald Trump, Trump's like, I want civil rights for everybody. Yeah, but he doesn't mean that. He's actually saying what we want. These people live in some kind of like. It's like they're wearing drunk goggles, you know, the beer goggles that make everything look warped and twisted. It doesn't matter what Trump says. It doesn't matter what Kamala says. When they look at Kamala, rose-colored glasses might be a nicer way to put it. Kamala just smiles at the camera and says, I'm going to help you. And Trump's going,
Well, those are different glasses. Those are the glasses.
There was a moment last night that David Muir asked her, Madam Vice President, you once believed this on fracking, you now say the opposite. You once believed this on the EV mandates, on universal health care, you do the opposite. And she said, I'm going to get to all three of those. But let me talk about violence against women. And she went on for 5 minutes for violence against women. And then they were like, Mr. Trump. Trump should have been like, oh, what the hell was that? Like, is she going to answer the question? Like, she just completely dismissed it. And she knew she was going to dismiss it.
Yeah, she started talking about that one high school friend who apparently got raped or whatever.
Which was a tragic story. But that's where President Trump should have said, I'm sorry, she didn't answer the question on fracking.
There were a couple times like that.
Why did you not answer the question on fracking?
Right. When he was asked about, do you want Ukraine to win the war? Which, by the way, I just think that question is kind of gross. This was a misstep with the CNN town hall. They tried to push him on this. And he said, which he basically said again last night, I don't want people to die. I think we should stop the loss of human life. And they followed up with, I'm going to repeat the question, you know, do you want Ukraine to win the war? He said the same thing. They turned to Kamala Harris, and whenever they ask her a question that she avoids, there's no follow-up. There's no pushback.
I'd have just said, define winning the war, because that's an important distinction. Go. Yeah. And then when they're like, what are they going to say?
I don't know.
Do you want Ukraine to restore all of its borders to its original state before the Russian invasion? To which my response would then be, I don't know if I would prioritize the borders of the country over the dead people. So long as people are dying, priority number one is end the loss of life. We can talk about borders after the fact.
Yeah, I feel like he should have been like, winning is for sports. We're talking about people dying. I think you're losing perspective on how critical this crisis is.
Did anyone notice when they were talking about Ukraine and Kamala's passion about the internationally recognized sovereignty of a nation's border? And I thought, is anyone going to mention
Right?
Does she know
Yeah.
about ours?
and that was a missed one. I love you,
wasn't a
Mr.
separate
President,
debate, yeah.
but that's where I was hoping they'd be like, I'm
Well, I
sorry.
think you
Did
made
you
a
just
really-
talk
yeah,
about
but
sovereign
You made a really good
borders?
point, and I had forgotten that we used to have debates that were about specific issues, and that was a big deal. But this time around, the
too much.
Biden-Trump debate was on all topics because they knew they weren't going to get another one.
Yeah.
And then this one's the
and
only
then this
scheduled
one is the only scheduled one, so they had to try and hit everything. And I don't think it's fair to voters
No.
to try and do that, so that you have to get like, millions of different policy positions in one spot. And I also don't think that it's fair to candidates, because what you had were the moderators going up there saying, Mr. Trump, like, why are you just absolutely the worst guy in the history? And he's going, I'm
so
really not that
orange.
bad. And then the question to Kamala is, why, what's your response to him saying he's not that bad?
I don't know what this is from, but there's a cartoon someone posted a day before the debate, and they said, is this how the debate's going to go? And it's a frog and a disgusting looking guy. And then the debate moderator goes, Mr. Frog, why are you so evil? You have 1 second. And he goes, hello. And they go, out of time and you're wrong. And Mr. President, why are you so awesome? You have all the time you need. So that's basically how it ended up going down. We're going to jump to this next story. But before we do, smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Become a member at timcast.com to support our work. Let's jump to this story from The Economist. Donald Trump says immigrants are eating Springfield's pets. What? He repeated the bizarre and false claim in his presidential debate against Kamala Harris. There is no better example of what the corporate press is than we called a bureaucrat who said it wasn't happening, therefore it's confirmed. Because I got a video for you guys. From Nick Sorter, Justin, a resident of Springfield, Ohio, told a reporter he witnessed Haitians in a van capturing cats, claiming they were going to eat them. Here you go. Now, I'm going to say this right away. I am not saying this is true. I don't know if I believe this guy's story, okay? I'll put it this way. I am neutral as to whether this guy's telling the truth. I don't know. I'm not going to impugn his honor. It's a guy who got interviewed and said he saw it happen. There are numerous interviews from people saying they see pigs getting decapitated, chickens, birds being, ducks being taken. And there are reports of people saying they've heard about pets being taken as well. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. But you decide. City manager, corporate press, or local resident, you'll have to pick for yourself.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually,
Yeah,
not fake news.
not fake news.
So a van was
watched-
collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy.
You don't mess around.
No. We've lost.
So I don't know if I believe that. It's
I
tough
don't
to
believe that he's almost 50, because I'm almost 50 and I look better than that guy.
But we do have this.
It's not about looks. It's about policy.
Hold on. There's more. From the Post-Millennial, Haitian migrants capture geese in Springfield, Ohio. Police report. I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail. I'm going to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There's about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hands. It appears that there is a component of truth to the story that there are, with 15 to 20,000 Haitian migrants, that they're capturing animals. We have a police report here, Post-Millennial reporting. Who did? David reported this, David Creighton, that there's a police report obtained by the Federalist of someone saying they're capturing geese. We're now seeing on X these liberal pundits being like, what's wrong with hunting geese? And I love this. Conservatives' response is, we finally got liberals okay with hunting.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think part of the issue with this whole, cat pet Haitians thing is that it really is like a cultural cognitive dissonance. So you have leftists saying they can't possibly be eating pets because eating pets is bad and they're immigrants and immigrants are good and they would never come in and eat our pets. But for people who do eat cats, which as we were discussing pre-show is a thing in plenty of places, eating cats or dogs or pigeons or whatever else, the people who do those kinds of things, and that's part of their cuisine, don't think that there's anything wrong with them for the fact that they're doing that. They don't think that this is a bad thing. What we have here is probably a situation where we have a lot of illegal immigrants, and in this case, refugees from Biden's refugee program with his like very specific countries, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Haiti, where you could just come in. Yeah, and there's no incentive for them to assimilate, and there's no incentive for them to, become part of American culture or American or adopt American values.
You may be wondering, my friends, do Haitians eat cats? It seems like a crazy story. Here's what you do. Take a look at this. You go to Google. I asked the question, do Haitians eat cats? Now, I want to stress this. I am not meaning to disparage Haiti. If it is that they eat cats in Haiti, I don't know. Different cultures eat different kind of animals. I don't think we're fans of that, but okay. We recognize other countries can do whatever. We're America. We do America stuff, all right? I went to Google. I clicked tools and set a custom range. I only want to see search results from before August 1st, 2024. That gives us a month lead time before this story became prominent. I could probably say September. What's the first? From 2 years ago, Haitian girl crashing at my house talked about eating cats. Just below that, August 18th, 2015. I went to Haiti and was served stewed cat. Here's one from 2011. Do Haitians eat cats and dogs? This one says, no, they don't, right? This one also says they don't.
No, Haiti Report says they contrary to.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It says they don't eat cats because they're poor. They eat cats because it's tradition. So this is from March 27th, 2019 from Haitian Report. Do they eat cats in Haiti? They say it's a practice exclusively known to a select group of Haitians found mostly in some countryside villages. And it's part of, what did it say? It's part of a celebration or something? What does it say? Contrary to popular belief, they don't eat cats because they're poor. They eat because of tradition. The practice of eating cats in Haiti is not a new habit, but an old tradition started at the time of slavery. For instance, when runaway slaves hunted, killed, and ate wild cats deep in Haiti's forest and treacherous mountains many years before Haiti became a nation. So the practice of eating cats is just as old as Haiti itself. They say Haitians eat cows, goats, sheep, chicken, pork, but cat meat is a delicacy that many from the countryside can't resist. Having a réveillon without a cat is like celebrating Thanksgiving without a turkey. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's true. Maybe the website's fake, I guess. Yeah. But I'll tell you this. I did a search several different ways and several different times, and I found numerous posts verifiably. I mean, this one right here. This is from 3 years ago. Haitian girls talks about eating cats in Haiti. All right? Here, what is this one? 12 years ago, I went to Haiti and was served stewed cat. I can confirm the meat is really delicious.
Ugh.
So this is the crazy thing. The media is saying it's false. Haitian migrants are not eating cats. It's like, okay, well, I went on Reddit and found 10-year-old posts of people saying they eat cats in Haiti. There are now 20,000 Haitians here in Ohio. So if you were to come to tell me, well, two things. One, there are reports of them eating cats. And two, they're now here in Ohio. If you then said it's possible and probable that they eat cats in Ohio, I'd say, okay.
I think part of the problem the liberal mainstream media is having is they don't want to go with it's a cultural thing. In that culture, it's okay, because we would say, but it's not a part of our culture. And if you're going to be in America, we don't treat them that way. And we can acknowledge that people's attitudes towards pets, even in America, have shifted, right? I saw this video of this like really nice old like lady, she's holding someone's new kitten. She's like, "That's so cute." When I was a kid, we used to drown kittens because there were just so many of them, right? Like our culture supports pets in a way that I think maybe other, especially impoverished countries, doesn't.
But also, I don't some of these things are. No, go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna. But I don't think that the problem that I have with all of this is they keep going, like the debate last night. They're like, well, we talked to the city manager and he says no. We are also, America is the culture that had to have the if you see something, say something report. I mean, there are a lot of people who might see people capturing pets and dogs or geese or whatever and be like, I don't really want to get involved with this situation. I just know that it'll end badly for me or no one will believe me. I don't think that one city manager saying we haven't had any reports is actually as reliable. I actually think this is one where you have to ask the townspeople, have there been big changes since this influx of people from Haiti have arrived?
And you could ask a lot of those people who were at the city council meeting in August, where clips from that city council meeting were going viral, like the guy saying that they were just picking up geese out of the parks and cutting their heads off. But the thing too about like this eating, pets or dogs or cats or whatever, it was just a couple of years ago at the Post Millennial, we broke a story about, an animal rights activist calling for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities in Canada, because you have that, Catherine McKenna, to apologize because there were videos showing that she was eating a dog in Indonesia in the 90s and bribing her way into a cockfight. So it's not like an unusual thing. It's what's happening here is that Americans who believe themselves to be relativists are looking at this.
Funding inventory is a challenge.
And this is exactly what is going to happen. Now, I did not telegraph that. I didn't go out there and say, this is what's going to happen. I met with people and said, this is what's going to happen. And I wrote out a model and I built the model and I handed it to them. And I was like, here are all the vulnerabilities inside Dominion voting systems. And here's how they're stealing the elections. Turns out I was right. Math and science and deviations of behavior, of math and science, of machines, of computers, all the deviations we saw have been proven. The Tina Peters proved it. The Antrim audit by ASOG proved it. The information that came out of Georgia Votes or GA Vote,
VoterGA.org.
VoterGA.org
Yeah, Garland.
proves it. The information that came out of Florida proves it. The information we got out of New Mexico proves it. The Canvas reports prove it. What came out of Maricopa County proved it. And what the radical left and the establishment do is say, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing wrong here. Nothing happened. No. These are all normal. As they run back to Cathedral Printing and Runbeck and all these other companies that have built this cabal against the American people. We are not stupid people. There are stupid people here on the left and or complicit people that are part of the establishment that want to tell you there's nothing to see here. They know. Listen, we can put rockets in space and satellites. We can do all of that. Here's what I know definitively for a fact. If we can do all of that, they know what the real vote count was in 18, in 20, in 22, and they'll know it in 2024. And I'm not as concerned about stealing the voice of the American people when it comes to the president as I am the down ballot effects and the raising taxes effects, which, by the way, we did an analysis of the vote.
These considerations about whether or not he can stay in the race. And they made a point to say that he was being counseled by his best advisors and his family members, all these fine people. And touching statements from the guy on, I think it was CBS. I can't remember what news network it was. Reading the script of touching statements about how one of his advisors and his family were just saying, "Listen, you just do what's best for you, Joe. You just do what's best for you. This is your decision and your decision alone." The guy you can't figure out what stairs he came in on a moment before. Oh my goodness. But hey, the best decision he made was Kamala Harris, right? I'm looking so very much forward to the groundbreaking displays of leadership and diplomacy that are going to come from her next speaking engagements. But we'll see how long they're going to run this little game with us. So, so first of all, just recap. He did deny dropping out for weeks. Very strong statements about it. And then he just, says, "I'm out." The Twitter statement did not, or he did not directly endorse Kamala. Obama has not officially endorsed Kamala either, so just make a point to note that. But apparently whoever runs his Twitter account did. Slightly entertaining. But now the party that pushed their own president, they're attempting to, I guess, rally the American people behind Kamala Harris. I can only laugh at that. While, of course, they have a few people to go on air and they shed some crocodile tears about Joe Biden dropping out because he was our guy. We were all riding with Biden, right? 81 million votes. And so here's Chris Coons, a little bit of crying for Biden, no longer riding.
Joe Biden is grounded. He's grounded in his faith, in his family, and in our state. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This was a very difficult decision.
I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry, too, Chris. This... They write South Park episodes better than this. Hold on. I want it one more time.
Joe Biden is grounded. He's grounded in his faith.
Roger.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. more minerals. We require 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 more minerals. We 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 require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Learning computer science on Brilliant.org means going beyond code to explore concepts like how a neural network thinks, or how simulations can help you explain probability. From arrays to loops, even to quantum computing, Brilliant gives you a deeper understanding of the concepts that matter. Join over 10 million users around the world and start your 30-day free trial at Brilliant.org. Learning computer science on Brilliant.org means going beyond code to explore concepts like...
Huh?
minerals. We require more. We require more. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. We require more. Minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
They've been waiting on you.
Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. 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 Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. minerals. We require more 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 minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals.
Hath not the potter power over the clay to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? Nature herself has imprinted on the minds of all the idea of God. Meditation brings wisdom. Lack of meditation leaves ignorance. Know well what leads you forward and what holds you back. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. and them that take the sword shall perish by the sword. You can't direct the wind, but you can adjust your sails. If you chase two rabbits, you will lose them both. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. True glory consists in doing what deserves to be written, in writing what deserves to be read. Words have the power to both destroy and heal. When words are both true and kind, they can change our world. Do not throw the arrow which will return against you. If in other sciences we should arrive at certainty without doubt and truth without error, it behooves us to place the foundations of knowledge in mathematics. should hammer your iron when it is glowing hot. Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it. A multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler, one king. Not at all similar are the race of the immortal gods and the race of men who walk upon the earth. to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, so that the strong should not harm the weak. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. For everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven.
I fucked up. How did I fuck this up? Unbelievable. I had such a great start. I need more settlers, like, faster. So I think we do, look. Get that. Maybe, yes, no, who knows? Yeah. Then maybe that. Oh, I think I know what we're going to do. Let's try this. Get priesthood, get writing, hit aesthetics and literature. We can worry about this other shit later. Yeah, that's definitely the play. And then fill this dumb shit in as we go. Make some archers. Yeah, I found how I fucked that up, man. I went from like winning to totally losing, without even like losing a battle or a war. Like somehow I just fucked up.
Hath not the potter power over the clay to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? Nature herself has imprinted on the minds of all the idea of God. Meditation brings wisdom. Lack of meditation leaves ignorance. Know well what leads you forward and what holds you back. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. True glory consists in doing what deserves to be written, in writing what deserves to be read.
Art for art's sake is an empty phrase. Art for the sake of truth, art for the sake of the good and the beautiful, that is the faith that I am searching for.
man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime.
很好。就算成了。
You can't direct the wind, but you can adjust your sail. If you chase 2 rabbits, you will lose them both. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. Do not throw the arrow which will return against you.
Too early for that shit. Way too early for that shit, Toku. Why would you cross the whole continent to attack me? Such bullshit.
Not at all similar are the race of the immortal gods and the race of men who walk upon the earth. You should hammer your iron when it is glowing hot. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. If in other sciences we should arrive at certainty without doubt and truth without error, it behooves us to place the foundations of knowledge in mathematics. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Words have the power to both destroy and heal. When words are both true and kind, they can change our world. Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it. For everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. A multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler, one king. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, so that the strong should not harm the weak. So to my Lord be true and faithful, and love all which he loves, and shun all which he shuns. And them that take the sword shall perish by the sword. the world's a stage. God, all the men and women, merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts.
I still don't know if this is winnable. This looks really hard, man. I played my best. Holy shit. Is this winnable? Do I have enough workers? I have enough workers. Is this fucking winnable? Let's just take a quick look like what everybody's shit looks like. Oh, this is gonna be fucking hard, dude. Nah, this is a fucking loss. If he's on paper, already about to get... I'm not sure. I just have to get an idea of where the AIs are before I commit any more time to this game. I mean, you could consider this cheating, like looking at all the AIs here, but like, I don't want to waste my time in a lost game. So I want to know if this is worth even playing. Like the moment I buy the world map, like so I can legitimately see the map, I just want to know, like, am I wasting my time or is this winnable? This guy is going to be really hard to kill. Like, I don't know if I can beat this guy. Who is this? Justinian of the Incans? Oh, yeah, this is going to be a nightmare. I think this is unwinnable. Nah, dude, this ain't winnable. Fuck this. This is a loss. This is a big L. I'm gonna play a game of StarCraft, then we'll go back to mathematics. Big fucking L. Big L. I must just have like a shit starting position or something. Or maybe like I need like an extra gold or something in the starting position. Because like that is... That's like unplayable. Like I literally just can't keep up with the AIs. Like, I have the pyramids for representation, and I'm still not keeping up with the AIs. seriously, I had free religion, representation, the pyramids, the Great Library, the Parthenon. And I still can't match the AIs. Like, I fucking hate when they give the AI that many advantages. That's why I like my mod. That was the standard game where the AI just gets, like, retarded advantages over the player. Like, it's basically playing a different game. It's not even playing the same game you're playing. Unbelievable. Alright, so we're going to copy and paste from other papers so we don't have to keep writing everything. So first thing I'm doing is I'm pulling up Clark and Washoe counties, chapter 1. Going straight to the state law.
We require more minerals. more minerals. We require more minerals.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage.
Thanks. You're all set.
That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
Hope it was a little bit different than I remember this song.
Do you know the U.S. solar company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in New York, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely no net cost. All you have to do is ask. Solar companies in the US are trying everything to keep this away from the public, but it's slowly leaking out. And it's all because of the Inflation Reduction Act our government announced just 1 month ago. As a part of America's efforts to fight climate change, our government practically started handing out next-generation solar panels and power walls at no net cost to anyone who qualifies for this program. It's crazy. So, if you are currently talking to any solar companies in the US, stop. Just tap below and see if your zip code qualifies and take advantage of this crazy solar opportunity before its budgets are gone.
If you really want to be a CEO, want to be an entrepreneur, you should take the first step. Create the LLC. It doesn't really cost that much to create a company. Everyone's scared about like going out and just creating a company, right? Well, if you actually do it, that's like one step, because now you have a company name, now you have an identity, now you're like made one of the biggest moves. Now it's just like, okay, I got to fill this, whether it's a product, with service, with people.
I've interviewed a lot of entrepreneurs, and I've never heard anyone say, go ahead and file your LLC. It's sort of like you're accountable.
Yeah.
Da, 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 ya, da, da.
You gotta hear about this. Go from idea to illustration faster with generative AI in Adobe Illustrator. Generate custom graphics, create seamless patterns, and instantly fill shapes with detail and color. Try Illustrator today. You won't be sorry.
Let's kill some noobs, shall we? Oh boy. It's heating up now. Good morning, Latario. Good to see you here. Oh boy. I'm gonna Protoss this motherfucker. Yeah! He's about to get Protossed. He's about to get Protossed. Do we make units?
Shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals.
Victory! Glory to the Daemon.
Sleep. I am here in the shadows. You have not enough minerals. I am here in the shadows.
Glory to the Daemon.
I am here. Focus. You have not enough. I am here in the shadows.
Glory to the Daemon.
You have not enough minerals. I am here in the shadows. What? You have not enough minerals. I am here in the shadows. You have not enough.
Glory to the Daemon.
What guidance?
We serve with pride.
Research complete.
persevere.
What guidance? Research complete. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. What guidance? You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough. I'm here. What guidance? You have not enough minerals. I'm here in the shadows. Power overwhelming.
The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals.
Let's
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Focus. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Power overwhelming. I'm here in the shadows. Power overwhelming. You have not You have not enough minerals. Research complete. I return to serve.
firstborn shall persevere. The firstborn shall persevere.
We are the light, un orkai atum.
Where shall we march?
Our minds, we seek. You have not enough minerals. What guidance? Prismatic core online. What guidance?
Yes, Executor.
You have not enough minerals. Paradoxurmatic. Channel the light. What guidance? Research complete. Channel the light of Io. You have not enough minerals. Phase crystal paradactyl. return to serve. Annihilation commencing. Zaknaku Afal. You have not enough minerals. For the ancient. You have not enough. I return to serve.
Combat, let's as the color will.
You have not enough minerals.
Justice has come. As the color wills. Rono.
I am the heart of darkness. Forever shall be as you say. Very wise. Power. You have not. I am here in the shadows. Zaknaku Afal. Complete. I am here in the shadows. You have not enough minerals. I am here. You have not enough minerals. Systems at full. Phase crystals charged. I am the heart of darkness. I am here in the shadows.
Combat awaits. Let's come. Yes, to glory. Where shall we march?
Our duty is unending. You have not enough minerals. Our minds will overcome.
Combat awaits.
Would or Osiris, we shall see them, my child.
Yeah, combat awaits. Give us your command. Where combat?
I am here in the shadows.
Doors unlocked.
We are the light of the comet. Glory is eternal. The battle is ours. Lord, guide us. I am here in the shadows.
As all are one. We serve with. Where shall we?
I am here in the shadows.
I to glory. The firstborn shall persevere.
It is the fury.
Target all are one.
I am here in the shadows.
Where
I am here in the shadows.
combat?
Our heart. You have You have not enough minerals. What? You have not enough minerals. I return to serve.
We serve with pride.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
To glory.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Yes.
Together. You have not enough minerals. I return to serve. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Upgrade complete. You must place
Najakar Mina.
Glow is eternal.
Where shall we march? The firstborn shall persevere.
I feel your presence. You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals. You have
The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
I spare none.
You have not enough minerals.
Glory
You have not enough minerals.
The first
You have not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
You have not enough minerals. I return to serve.
story saying this couldn't possibly be true because I think it's for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities in Canada, because you have that, Catherine McKenna, to apologize because there were videos showing that she was eating a dog in Indonesia in the 90s and bribing her way into a cockfight. So it's not like an unusual thing. It's what's happening here is that Americans who believe themselves to be relativists are looking at this story saying this couldn't possibly be true because I think it's horrifying. And the people who are perhaps doing this thing don't think it's horrifying.
And if it is
you know?
true, there's now a cultural hierarchy, and that's a huge problem for the left. Our culture,
Even though that is what they keep advocating for with this, this incinerated border.
Yeah, our culture eats cats as part of this voodoo tradition, and that's our culture. And we can't say that. No, that can't be your culture, because all cultures are equally good. And I find that repugnant, so therefore you're not possibly doing it, so therefore they don't eat cats. And if they are eating cats, well, then we're acknowledging some cultures are better than other cultures, right? There are cultures that used to bind women's feet.
Well, I was going to talk about there were a bunch of laws
That's
that came
culture.
out in Michigan where they had to specifically go out and ban female genital mutilation. And I remember reading one report that was like, this is anti-trans, and then actually no one talked about it anymore because it was about the immigrant communities that had, for whatever reason, whether it's through legal or illegal immigration, arrived in that country and had different practices that in America we don't believe in. The West doesn't support these things. But that doesn't deny that other countries might have different value systems that say this is actually okay and traditional.
Yeah, and the new culture of Afghanistan, now that we have evacuated so precipitously, doesn't allow women to talk in public, leave the house in public. That's their culture. And if you're going to say, well, all cultures are equally beautiful, well, then we have to accept that. That's totally fine. And then we're going to start importing that en masse, which we are doing. So there's a huge problem with cultural relativism here, because the left has to push that we're all equally good. And quite frankly, not all cultures are equally good.
And it is a cultural relativist thing. And I've talked to feminists from the Middle East and Indonesia who are saying, where are the American feminists? Where are the feminists of the West who are, going to stand up for us as we're forced to wear certain kinds of restrictive clothing, as we're forced to not be educated, as we're forced to have to cover our hair if we don't want to. You had all these protests in Iran a couple of years ago. Where were the American feminists standing up for these women? They were nowhere to be found, because they say, oh, that's just their culture. We're going to be okay with their culture. It's a relativist situation, and then that's how
women in the culture are like, we don't like
this, please help us. And that's how you end up with a situation where you have trans activists for Hamas claiming that, in Palestine, in Gaza, whatever you want to call it, being trans is part of liberation. And it's like, no, being trans in Gaza will get you killed. Having an abortion in Gaza is completely illegal. The husband has to be aware of it. It has to be like this whole thing. It's super restricted. It's not really a possible thing. So they make up all of this stuff. So you have a left that makes up values to apply to other cultures because they want it to be true.
You guys want to eat something, Curtis?
No.
We got some.
You won't eat a cupcake, but you'll
No, I can't eat that either because it's got soy sauce and sugar and stuff in it. Yeah, so we got kangaroo, alligator. What else is in there?
Is that big stack of jerkies out there?
Yeah.
I didn't even get a chance to look at it.
I have a problem with the Haitians eating, culturally I have a problem with the Haitians eating goose now, because goose is a Christmas meal, right? Like you should not be eating goose in the summer. And so culturally, look, if you're going to live here in America, you should wait until at least winter to have goose.
Sure, of course.
Right. Yeah.
The Christmas goose, right? There's a proper way to do it.
Or you wait until they're in season and you're allowed to hunt them, because otherwise they're protected federally. And the issue is that, like the old passenger pigeon, they'll go extinct if everyone just hunts them. They'll disappear. Yeah.
There's this great book by Kensborough Owe, I think it's Kensborough Owe, called The Changeling. And it has a very detailed description of making turtle soup. And it's a brutal process.
Oh.
And it's apparently very greasy and kind of disgusting, but he does it anyway.
Let's jump to the story from ABC News. This one flies in the face of David Muir. Muir?
We just can't do it. We've been trying to pronounce this guy's name for
Muir.
So he says Trump is wrong about what's going on in Haiti. I wonder if he knew that at 7 p.m. yesterday, ABC News reported Ohio was sending troopers and $2.5 million to a city that has seen an influx of Haitian migrants. The governor of Ohio will send law enforcement and millions of dollars in healthcare resources to the city of Springfield as it faces a surge in temporary Haitian migrants. Something is going on in this town that warrants a massive police presence and millions of dollars. Now, whether or not Donald Trump is right or not, if someone came to me frantic saying they're eating dogs in Springfield, I'd say, slow down, what are you talking about? If I heard that it wasn't true, I'd say, tell me what you're hearing about what's going on in Springfield. I've heard they're not eating dogs. Is something else happening? What do you uncover? Trump may be memeing this. Conservatives may be memeing the cats and all that stuff. But it sounds like violent gangs are ruling the streets. It literally says thousands of temporary Haitian migrants have landed in the city in recent years, as long-standing unrest in their home country has given way to violent gangs ruling the streets in Haiti. So now they're coming here. Is there reason to believe that perhaps they don't know our laws, our social norms, and it's causing issues? I'm not. Look, I got to be honest. If I'm out in the middle, let's say me and a Haitian guy fall off a plane. We have no idea where we are, nothing but trees in every direction, and then I watch him go and grab a goose. I'm going to be like, okay, I don't know, right? I don't know where we are. I don't know what the rules are, the norms, or the laws. I'm not going to fault a human being for hunting. The problem is they're brought here. They don't know our laws. They break the laws. There's numerous reports of ducks and geese going missing and being hunted, being eaten, and that's illegal. And so these people are coming here thinking they're doing something normal, but they're not allowed to do. Police and money are being sent in, and the corporate press is going, fake news is not happening. You're wrong.
Yeah, I think it's the same with a lot of the gangs that we see from South America. I did a lot of missionary work in Mexico and in South America. A lot of those countries are completely fallen, and might is right? The police force is corrupt, the military is corrupt, and so whoever has the most guns is the safest. That is kind of the culture of a lot of the countries, and then these folks are brought here by the Biden administration, and they just carry that with them. So you see them taking over hotels, taking over apartment complexes with just arms, because that is their culture. But now we're back to cultural relativism.
Well, and
that is their culture.
We see it in Colorado. We see it in Texas. We see this. I think James O'Keefe put out a report recently that there are at least 400 gang members operating in the United States all across the country. There's a bunch in New York. And there hasn't been any checks on this. And these are people who are able to get in using Biden's refugee program.
Yeah.
Because you apply as a refugee, you come to the United States, you claim that your life is in danger at home. And if you're a violent gang member, you're just going to lie. You come here, you hang out until your refugee case is heard. And as we reported at the Post Millennial, I think Savannah Hernandez figured this out a couple of years ago under the Biden administration, like after he had said, everybody come on in, and you had Mayorkas saying, we're not saying don't come, we're saying don't come now, and everybody poured across the border. Court dates were being given out 5 years in advance or more. And so a big part of what Kamala Harris is touting as her border security bill is actually getting more judges and more border agents to push more paper to get people processed faster. And we've already seen also that once somebody loses an asylum case, it's not like they're kicked out of the country. They just still hang out for more. No one goes to get them.
No.
We have, criminals who commit violent crimes, like the guys who attacked the officers in Times Square. And I think they got off, 2 of them got off on $1,000 bond. That's it. They're illegal immigrants. They're being processed for crimes. They're suspects in crimes. They don't have any documentation or reason to be here. Why are they here?
That was like Laken Riley's accused killer. I mean,
and a couple of that guy's relatives are part of this Tren de Aragua gang.
Yeah.
His brother, his cousin, whatever else.
He came in under Biden. He was arrested and convicted of crimes, I believe, in multiple states, including New York, ended up in Georgia, and is now on, obviously he hasn't been tried yet, but it's not looking great. And I just think that this is a problem that we could solve as a country.
Yep.
I mean, if we prioritize the safety of American citizens, we would treat the border like it's an active crisis and secure it in a week.
Obama gave us Mara Salvatrucha, MS-13, right? That was the beginning of enough Americans said, like, why is there a El Salvadorian gang problem in America? How the hell did this happen, right? Well, they were brought here during the Obama administration, and now Biden is giving us this Tren de Aragua gang problem, which is Venezuelan, and the reason why they're here is because we're inviting them in. And so again, that was an issue that I think Trump hammered a lot last night. And that going back to what you said earlier, Tim, is that if you're just the angry guy, Trump is angry about that, and he should be. Americans should be angry about that. Are they angry enough? I don't know, because this is her responsibility. The border czar should have been the response to every question. Border czar, you're the border czar. You're the border czar. You're the border czar.
I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to say, I don't know a whole lot about what Project 2025 is. Just seemed like Kamala didn't really care. She seemed like she was just smug and sure of herself. And when you come off that way at a time of crisis for somebody, let me just put it this way. You ever get into an argument with someone, and you're in a heated moment where someone made a mistake, and they're not engaging with you on the issue. They have their arms crossed, and they're going, "Why are you so mad? Why are you mad? Is something wrong?"
It's called having siblings. Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes you angrier and angrier. You want to know that they feel your anger and that they're in the same game as you. So it drives people nuts when you get into a fight and they keep acting like I'm unaffected. It's actually a tactic for antagonizing, to, trying to be snooty and what's wrong? You're getting really mad. Why are you so angry? Like when they say the fastest way to make someone angry is say calm down.
Yeah.
That's effective. I hate that.
Yep, exactly. It pisses people off because they'll be like, why are you saying that I'm not angry? And they'll be like, calm down, calm. That's what Kamala was doing.
Or even more, it's like you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Trump definitely has capitalized, his anger capitalized on the fact that he sees America in crisis. I think a lot of Americans see America in crisis, economic crime. Even David Muir tried to chime in, well, the FBI does say that crime is statistically down. No American believes that. No American believes crime is down.
Right. That was one of his best moments when he was like, if you go to that study, a bunch of cities that have major crime problems just didn't report their numbers because that's how the FBI rolls. And so you cannot treat that like it's accurate, because we can't have cities that everyone knows have crime problems just left off the list. And then you get these results that are like, seems like it's okay.
Yeah. So I think Trump definitely capitalized on the anger that a lot of Americans feel in crisis moment. The greatest crisis of all, the existential crisis that even Joe Biden said is the number one threat to our military, the number one threat, it is the number one issue, is of course climate change, and it got the closing minute. And just to talk about that, because obviously this is my wheelhouse, Kamala Harris and this campaign has ended forever this idea that climate change is an existential threat, because existential threats do not stop becoming existential when they poll poorly, right? And so I am sure if you went back to the 1944 debates, FDR was talking about Nazi Germany, right? Reagan and Carter talked about the Soviet threat, right? Because they were existential. They talked about nuclear threat because it's existential. We were told for years the number one threat facing this nation is climate change. And even Kamala was like, oh yeah, 30 seconds, big threat, we spent $1 trillion. So climate change is dead, if it even exists. The existentiality of climate change is over, and the Democrat Party killed it.
Well, I completely agree.
Yeah.
And to stress your point, it wasn't even a topic of debate.
Nope.
It was a blip on the radar. The bigger issue was democracy. They didn't care about climate change.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is if you remember back during the 2020 election season after Kamala Harris was selected as the vice president, she and Joe Biden had sort of this campaign platform of 4 big existential crises that they were going to...
Good memory.
Yeah, that they were going to use to essentially coerce the American people into doing things. Climate, racism, the economy, and COVID. That's what they were. They screwed up COVID. They really screwed up on race. I mean, they made things so much worse between people. The economy, they tanked. And climate, as you just said, Kamala Harris basically debunked the whole climate change thing, because for her in that debate, her whole thing when she was asked about climate change as an existential threat, she started talking about, home insurance and creating jobs in the climate change industry. Yeah. For them, it's an industry, and that's why they had the, Infrastructure Reduction Act, which Joe Biden admitted should have been called, massive climate spending bill. They talk about, EV cars and charging stations, and she said, we have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We've invested in clean energy to the point that opening up factories around the world. So she's talking about it as though it's an industry ripe for monetization, not an existential threat. And even Greta Thunberg has changed her whole tune.
Now she just hates Jews.
Now she just hates Jews and wanders around in a keffiyeh, and she doesn't even notice about the climate anymore. She's probably just going to take one of Taylor Swift's private jets to the next climate or Palestinian rally thing. She doesn't even care about. She doesn't even care about climate.
If you go back,
ruined her whole education for no reason.
she has no education for no reason. If you go back 5 years, and it's hard to remember, like a pre-COVID, right? Pre-George Floyd, pre-Russia invasion, pre-October 7th, pre-January 6th. 2019, when the world was relatively calm and peaceful and Trump was inevitably going to win, the economy was great, nothing else was really happening, CNN did a 7-hour town hall on climate change. Every candidate, that's back when Amy Klobuchar was running, right? Cory Booker was running.
20 people. They had 20 Democrats were trying to get that spot.
And the whole thing was about climate change because they had to create an existential crisis. They had to find that thing that is so ethereal and intellectual that someone like Trump is just too brash to understand, right? We understand the threat because we're the smart, intellectual Democrats. 7 hours to climate change, and now it was, we have 30 seconds left, and before we go, do you want to say something about the climate?
He also Trump had a great response to that, which was, have you seen a solar field where they, you destroy all of this land for these solar panels? And he talks about, wind turbines, which I don't know what the stats are on cancer caused by wind turbines or if that's even a thing. I have no idea. But I do know that that putting wind turbines in communities really screws things up. And also, the wind turbines themselves, when they break down, they're not recyclable. No. So they just land, these giant, massive things, just land in landfills. And you can't do anything with them, and you just have to create more to replace those ones. And the way that they use them, when they put them out in the ocean or whatever, they get corroded really quickly. So it creates more problems than it actually solves. Meanwhile, if the climate activists were actually interested in saving the planet, they would go for the most clean and safe energy, which is nuclear power.
Right. I just like to point. I want to point this out real quick because I recently was in Newport, Rhode Island, and it is a Democrat stronghold. Democrat, all across the board. And you guys have been there?
Yeah.
I did the mansion.
When I was a kid.
Did you see
I did the mansion tour too when I was a kid. It's gorgeous.
Recently.
Good life.
Yeah. Did you see all the signs everywhere that say to keep it wild, keep the wind out?
Oh.
It's pictures of wind turbines with circles and lines through them.
They don't want to screw up their view. Same thing happens in Jersey, off the Jersey Shore. They don't want that stuff.
Nobody wants to see. I don't mind wind turbines. I don't know, but people don't like them.
Well, they have a cost that when initially people were promoting things like solar and wind, they're like, it's fine, you plant it, everything's okay, but it's always climate when convenient. It's always environment when convenient. I remember when Doug Ducey, the former governor of Arizona, was putting up shipping containers to fill in gaps in the border wall. He got sued by the federal government for a bunch of stuff, but eventually they settled on, well, you're on federal land, and also these are hurting the migration patterns of some sort of, I don't know, some sort of creature.
Illegals.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. No, this time it was an animal and not humans running across the border. Have you seen a solar field? Do you think a deer is going to cross that? Do you think anything is going to survive there? Like, to what end are you saying you're preserving the environment?
Well, you're preserving the environment, but not for people is the thing. You're not actually
for the companies that are benefiting.
Yes.
And she admitted
yeah.
She admitted they have spent $1 trillion on the climate agenda, and how are we doing? Right? Have you seen a study that our emissions are down, that our air is cleaner, that our water is cleaner? We know one thing for certain: our utility bills are 30% higher. Our gas is higher.
Water is expensive.
So $1 trillion water at the movie theater is very expensive. So the $1 trillion went somewhere, and I hear defensive of my industry all the time: big oil, big oil, big oil. Big green is a really real thing. If you have $1 trillion to spend, someone is getting very, very rich, and those people are invested in like in Paris.
We're going to jump to this next story, so smash that like button, and here we go. The Washington Post. Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris for president. I'm going to say right off the bat, I think this means they thought Kamala bombed.
Yes, this was my as soon as I saw it, I was like,
they made her do
this,
it.
Yeah, this is the biggest
We need
win
you,
for Kamala
Tay-Tay.
Harris. And they immediately started selling friendship bracelets. They're posting on social media references to her, which the friendship bracelets thing makes me think it was pre-planned, because if you already have a product photo shot, you must be pretty prepared.
Do you think that Beyonce's going to come out too?
That's irrelevant. She's not
Maybe
as big as Taylor Swift.
they've got cartridges lined up for emergencies, and this debate performance, it is no question the media is going to come out and say Kamala won. As long as she doesn't pull a Joe Biden, they're going to say she won. They wanted to, but also don't forget they wanted Joe Biden to fail as well. They were worried about down ticket, so they wanted him out, and this gave them their excuse. Almost immediately after the debate, Taylor Swift shuts down the news cycle and takes over for Kamala Harris. That says to me that they looked at what happened and they said, we don't think she did well enough. Launch Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I 100% agree. She also disabled comments on this post, right?
All of her posts are disabled, though.
Not always. Sometimes they're not. And so it's interesting because she has this post, like she turns her comments on and off, and she turned them off for this post, which I find fascinating. I think part of it is when you read her endorsement of Kamala Harris, she says she champions values and issues that are important to me, but does not name a specific issue. She's more specific about Tim Walz's accomplishment. She mentions women's rights to their body. She mentions...
She disabled all comments.
Yeah, she goes back and forth on it.
But I'm saying there's no post with any available... All of her posts right now, every single one, comments are disabled.
Yeah, I'm telling you, for her account, she goes up back and forth on it.
Right, so
But
the
don't you rather do them one by
point
one?
then would be, sometimes you can comment on all of her posts, or what?
Sometimes you can comment on her posts, sometimes you can't.
All of them or some of them?
From what I remember, like when she'll announce an album, people are commenting underneath it.
Okay, well, she disabled all comments on her entire page, which is...
It's because they would just jump to the next post and comment the same thing.
Exactly.
But you know who's
as soon
most
as
likely
she made
to
the
do that?
endorsement, they knew comments had to be disabled because it was going to be backlash.
Yeah, and you know who also is really good at spamming comments on social media when there's something they don't like? People who are intensely pro-Palestine, who think that if you're endorsing a candidate who has not backed that movement entirely, that you are actually, involved in genocide. That's happened to a couple different people on social media, but I won't grandstand on the Taylor Swift thing. I think this is fascinating. I think it's so interesting that she could name basically abortion, IVF and whatever for Tim Walz. Could not give you a specific detail of what Kamala supported. To me, that means this was pre-written because it was decided before she released her policies.
That's interesting.
I think she shows a great level of disrespect to her fans. I can't say I'm a fan or not a fan of Taylor Swift. I'm not a fan, not just because I'm too old, right? I don't care about Taylor Swift, but I do think she shows a great level of disrespect to her fans because she had to cancel a series of concerts in Vienna because of threats of Islamic terrorism. Islamic terrorism is funded by Iran. Iran is bankrolled right now because of oil and gas money, because the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, lifted every single sanction on Iran. And now you've endorsed Kamala Harris. So your very fans who lost the opportunity to see you and they pledged to kill tens of thousands of people in Vienna at that concert, where did the money come? Where did the terrorist plot came from? It came from the fact that this administration has made Iran very, very rich. And so to endorse this administration, which is targeting, vis-a-vis Hamas, your fans, don't tell me you love your fans. Go up there and sing your songs and do your thing with Travis Kelce and all that. But your fans' lives were at risk because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And this is the way you thank them for risking their lives to go to one of your stupid concerts.
Yeah,
so
really
shame on you.
Well, look, I mean, Taylor Swift developed a worldview when she was being trained at Langley that suggests abortion and what the conspiracy theory, of course, is that she's a psyop. I don't think that's the case, but why does Taylor Swift need to endorse anybody? She's wealthy and well off, and she can just be like, I don't care.
You want to hear my theory on this? I think it's because she's hanging out with Brittany Mahomes. And Brittany Mahomes got in trouble for liking a Donald Trump post. They were at the U.S. Open last weekend together, and then this pro-LGBTQ outlet ran this article that her queer fans are deeply troubled that she hugged Brittany Mahomes, who is anti-whatever and supports Trump.
But Brittany Mahomes is also MAHA, Make America Healthy Again.
Yeah,
right, I mean,
but Taylor Swift is just sabotaging her right-wing fans, and she hasn't.
She doesn't care about them that much. She just works in an industry where it is socially mandated that you're voting Democrat, and that's why she can't say why she supports Kamala Harris.
If anyone could say whatever she wanted, it's Taylor Swift.
but she doesn't really care about this. I mean, this is the thing. She's a default Democrat. She talked about, you know, she endorsed Joe Biden last time. She's talked about regretting not publicly endorsing Hillary Clinton. Like, she's all, for the third time, she's picked a Democrat. It's not that surprising.
Is she friends with Mahomes?
Yeah, they hang out all the time.
And she's not a default lib. She's just a shield seller.
Or people have friends who are not necessarily of the political spectrum, right?
I don't know that at this point you can be like, look at Shailene Woodley. Is that her name? Yeah.
Like that Elvira Rattler.
Isn't she married to Aaron Rodgers?
They were engaged at one point and they broke up.
Oh, they broke up. That's it. But she actually defended Melania. When Melania said, you know, she put up the thing saying my husband was attacked, he's a father, he's a grandfather, she retweeted that. And then she was like, look, everybody knows, like, my politics here. I just thought it was nice. And it's like, no, I think she's just scared, and she's actually probably based. I don't know how you're whistling like Aaron Rodgers and you don't agree with, like, you got to agree on some things, you know what I mean? Aaron Rodgers is based, you know?
I think you can agree on something. I have friends that are Democrat. We're going to vote differently. They're still my friends. Like, I think that there is a tremendous amount of pressure on public, especially pop stars, to be Democrats. And the Kamala Harris campaign depends on allusions to pop stars to seem cool and relevant. Remember Brat Summer?
Yeah.
I think I talked about the fact that her, like, camo and orange hat.
Stallion.
Right.
Was that the thing?
Her camo and orange hat is actually essentially what Chapel Rowan has been using for her merch. I mean, they really, really think that if they can get enough pop power behind them, that they will just be the default decisions. They got the go ahead to all Beyonce stuff.
I think it's amazing that these gay activists were so angry that she shook hands or hugged Patrick Mahomes' wife that they demand a response and they get one. That anger always comes from the left, right? Like you see your leftist friends are the ones saying, if you're going to vote for Donald Trump, my better half Andrew was just saying that on his Facebook page. People after the debate last night, if you're still going to vote for Donald Trump, then just unfriend me right now. I've never seen anyone on the right have that reaction to the left. I've never seen anyone on the right say, if you're going to be friends with a Democrat, then we can't. I've never seen anyone go up to Chris Pratt and say, if you don't come out right now, and we are never going to watch another one of your dinosaur films. Right? It's always been fascinating to me how the left is so hatefully intolerant.
It's because they don't have policies. The only thing they have is get in line or else. On the right, it's I'll convince you, trust me.
They would have been great Nazis. They really were. I mean, they were great Nazis. The left was. I mean, but just left their conformity or we will kill you. It's fascinating. And everyone falls for it. What you were leaning towards, and I agree with you, if anyone is uncancelable, you would think it would be Taylor Swift.
She sets the trend.
But maybe she's not. Maybe she's not. Is anyone uncancelable? Joe Rogan, probably.
I don't think it's a question of cancel. I think it's right now she's in the final. She's about to start the final leg of her Eras tour, and so she doesn't want the end of this big peak career moment to be marred by, oh, I wasn't on the right side with my Hollywood friends. You know, it's always interesting because there was this big Swifties for Trump movement that surged. I think conservative people that are interested in pop culture kind of know, like, you could meet Taylor Swift, she's not going to want to talk to you about these things. And you're used to it. Whereas if you're left-leaning, you really feel like you must have the same values as everyone around you. And so there's a difference in the emotional pandering. People who are conservative who listen to Taylor Swift are still going to listen to her. Yeah. You know, the most backlash she got this year was in her new album. There were some religious allusions, and there were a couple, like, you know, Christian evangelicals were like, that's not appropriate, I'm not going to listen to her anymore. But it wasn't about, you know, economic policy or anything else. Also, you know, so Donald Trump was asked about this on Fox and Friends, and he said, you know, I prefer Mrs. Mahomes, which is kind of funny. But he also said, you know, she's always voted left. It's not that big of a deal, and I think, you know, it just kind of is what it is. I find that, you know, the idea that, like, Taylor Swift is going to win Kamala Harris the election laughable.
Yeah, well, Beyonce was supposed to do it in 2016. Remember the night before the election, Hillary Clinton had that concert in State College, Pennsylvania, with Beyonce, Katy Perry, Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi. I mean, she had the greatest lineup, and they said it was the biggest rally of the election cycle. But yeah, it was in State College, Pennsylvania. If you're or Happy Valley, if you go to Penn State and you have a Beyonce, Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi concert, I'm going to go to that concert too, even if I'm not not voted for Hillary Clinton. So they need the celebrity factor. I just wish they would follow the Michael Jordan mantra, which is, well, Republicans buy sneakers too. Why would it have been so hard for Taylor Swift to say, you know what, I write music and I love that my fans are all over the spectrum and music brings people together. I'm not going to get involved in it. Why isn't anyone ever able to just... We do this for a living, right? I mean, of course we have to give our opinions. We're opinion people. But why do any of these folks feel like they have to alienate folks?
And she wasn't willing to do it for Biden. That's the other thing. I mean, she wasn't. It looked like she might stay out of endorsing anyone when it was Biden, but then Kamala needed her, and she was summoned, and that's kind of fascinating.
That's the real reason they had to get Biden out. They went to Taylor Swift and they said, will you endorse Biden? She said, absolutely not. Well, what if we got rid of him? Well, if it was Kamala, I'd do it. And they were like, we got to get him out.
What was the timestamp? What was the timestamp between her posting that and the debate ending? Was it? I'm curious to see how quickly she wrote that.
It was very, very close. Like I said, I think it
was really quick. Yeah, it was really quick.
So we're supposed to assume that she was watching it, and as soon as the debate was done, she was like, boom, 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 Instagram. Instagram, is that what she uploaded? I'd be curious to see the timestamp of when she posted it to the debate ending.
22 hours ago.
And Gavin Newsom in the spin room was like, "Do you see that Taylor Swift endorsement?" Now he could be on X, seeing it, or on the other hand, he could have known it was coming and known that if asked any questions about how Kamala Harris did, you divert to the fact that this big fun pop star has endorsed her.
Yeah. So it just shows that Kamala Harris is a manufacturer. Right? She's a product, and as a product, she doesn't have positions, she doesn't have policy, she doesn't have a website. She doesn't have a website.
They're there now, but it's just Biden's.
It's just Biden's.
Right.
Right.
So good for her. She got him up.
Yeah. Yep.
Good for her finally getting around to giving us some policies.
Yay, what a big girl.
I mean, when are we getting our one-on-one interview? When is she doing the 60-minute, and this is Kamala Harris, not Taylor Swift, but when are we getting the 60-minute sit-down that, Clinton did, that Trump did? Like, I just don't understand why she is this wonderful, amazing speaker. I mean, Taylor Swift called her like a calm leader or whatever. I don't remember. Why doesn't Harris want to talk to the press? If she's so great and everyone in the media loves her and every pop celebrity is lining up to endorse her, why hide?
Her ideas are so good. Share them with us.
Tell us.
Yeah. The disqualifying factor, and I wish President Trump hit on this more, and maybe he will in the next debate if there is a next debate.
Go ahead.
The disqualifying factor is that for 3.5 years, she hid Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. And she did not do it for the benefit of the country. She didn't do it for the benefit of Joe Biden himself, who, even though I am not a fan, is a human being and is worthy of dignity. She didn't do it for Joe Biden's sake. She didn't do it for the country's sake. She did it for her own power. And that is a disqualifying position for her. She hid the fact that the nation is in peril because she wanted the job. And that alone should disqualify her. I wish President Trump would hit that. And that's the answer to every question. You stood by silently while this country was going to hell, knowing he was senile because you want his job.
Yeah.
That disqualifies you from anything. If you were an assistant coach and you watch the team fail and you're like, well, I'm going to watch the team fail because I know that I'm going to get if I watch Timcast fail and I'm like, but because I'm going to get the job eventually, that is disqualifying for you. And that is why she's unworthy of the job.
Maybe I should take a picture of the cat and say, I saw the debate and I'm going to endorse Donald Trump.
I'm a childless cat lady. I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah. She called herself a childless cat lady in that thing, too.
Yeah.
Taylor did?
Yeah, she did. Signed it like a letter and said Taylor Swift, childless cat lady.
Oh.
This is who they're targeting.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is, how many childless cat ladies are there in the U.S.?
I think childless cat lady has to start at a certain age, though. Taylor Swift is, and I won't presume to ask your age.
Was she 35?
Taylor Swift is like young. I think cat lady status doesn't really come in until like your late 40s. Right?
No.
Well, because you have to be
that's the
decidedly
bias, the
no
modern era, man.
kids. Decidedly no kids.
Yeah,
I think.
the door hasn't closed for Taylor Swift on kids.
How old is she?
That's true, though.
34, I think.
She's 34.
Yeah, she's too young to
Guys,
be a child.
I'm deep in the pop culture knowledge over here. There's one thing I know about. Sadly, it is white girl pop music.
Well, why not?
Look, I am who I am.
There's nothing
I'm comfortable
wrong with that. I think you should be.
Thanks.
I'm going to do some quick math for you while you guys talk. There are 56 million single women in the United States.
So Adrian Curry posted childless cat lady for Trump. Also her cat looks so cool. It looks like she's got a great cat. Do you think there will be a second debate?
I kind of hope there is. I wish there would be a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth. I think the American people should get the chance to have these questions as often as they should. There should be a town hall.
There should be a town hall where Kamala
Right?
Harris has to answer questions unscripted from actual voters.
Absolutely.
But I think the next one should be on Fox or Newsmax or something, not whatever. Like with the first one on CNN, you know, it made strategic sense for them to seed stuff. I think ABC proved that they're in the Biden's pockets. I mean, the CNN moderators interjected left, did less fact checking than the ABC moderators.
Well, you have to know that the exec who's in charge of ABC from the Disney side is actually one of Kamala Harris's best friends, who introduced her to Doug Emhoff on a blind date in the first place, leading to their marriage about 10 years ago. So that already is that's just so much bias.
There are about
right there.
18 to 21 million single women in the U.S. who likely own cats, according to basic estimates.
Interesting.
18 to 21.
And
how
Vance's
old?
comments from several years ago apparently is going to drive them all into the arms of Kamala Harris.
Well, how many of them are over 40?
Kamala Harris, who's going to let in more
33%.
refugees to eat your cats.
33%. So the estimate is about 6 to 7 million single women over 40 likely own cats.
So that means 66% of them are still of childbearing years and just haven't had kids yet. They haven't.
Well,
you know.
well, I think 30.
I wouldn't call them single cat
35
ladies.
is geriatric pregnancy. I think so.
That's correct.
I think after 35 is like a 40-year-old woman can have
Yes.
kids, but you're
Cameron Diaz just had a baby and she's 51.
Via surrogate. though.
really?
Oh, via surrogate? I thought she had a baby by
I'm pretty
herself.
confident it was via surrogate. I could be wrong.
She may have frozen eggs a
Is that
long time
possible?
ago, and
I thought she had
Well,
had a
is she-
baby on her own, but I could have been wrong.
she may have frozen eggs at 30, and then they do the little
Yeah.
It's
mixture
still
in the
really
test
hard.
tube, and it's
It was surrogate.
Surrogate.
I hate that.
So wait, she's carrying someone else's baby?
No,
She
somebody else
had a
carried her
surrogate
baby.
carry her.
What it is that is actually it's
She
the Handmaid's
hired a
Tale.
woman
She's
to-
the handmaid. You know, she's the wife in the Handmaid's Tale. You know how the Handmaid's Tale, it'll have like the story is so that the men will pretend to
Produce-
have sex with their wives or whatever, but they'll actually impregnate somebody else, and that's like what happens here. Except there's no pretend sex. It's just
Wasn't the
IVF, which is very expensive.
Wasn't the premise of that like the human population was devastated by disease and the humans are on the verge of going extinct?
Yeah.
And there's only
It's all
like
kinds of environmental
yeah.
issues that have caused infertility, and the birth rate is collapsing.
And the rich
I don't know if
people-
anyone
the
thinks
rich
that sounds
people,
familiar.
And the rich people can't have children. And the women of the rich couples, aren't they all just really old too? And
Not
so
all
they
of
can't
them.
do it on their own.
I've only
But
seen
that's part of it. Like,
What should a civilization do if that happens?
what should a civilization do if they're
Yeah, I'm not
on
suggesting
the
the
verge of
Handmaid's Tale is
collapse?
right or correct. I'm saying like if we got to the point where fertility dropped to like people were infertile and the
We're
population was
moving in that
collapsed.
direction. I
Right.
don't know.
What should a civilization do? I mean, humans will cease to exist.
Yeah, well, humans don't really care that much about humans. They care more about the planet without humans on it.
Well, no, that's liberals.
Yeah, there's a lot of them right now.
I mean, I kind of feel like conservatives, the replacement rate is it's below replacement fertility even for conservatives. But as long as I see these videos of people with like 6 kids that live on the farm or whatever, I'm not too worried about it.
that's Elon Musk's position, right? Is that
Doesn't he have like a ton of kids
we
from a
have
ton
to
of
we
different
have to
women?
reproduce? Yeah, we
It's like
have
part
to.
of his whole jam.
Did you
I don't
see his
love
response
that
to Taylor
way
Swift?
of doing it?
It's a little
but
weird.
It's a little
what did he
weird, but the
say?
idea that we need to reproduce.
It's a little
Elon
eccentric
Musk
billionaire.
tweeted at her, "Okay, fine, Taylor, I'll give you a child and defend your cats with my life." And now the media is freaking out and they're like, "That was such a creepy thing to say." But I have said for a long time, Elon Musk loves tall blonde women at the top of their career, and so there's of course the offer to have children with Taylor Swift was inevitable. We all
Well-
knew this was coming.
Well, I mean, look, Taylor's got a few more months until it's geriatric pregnancy. And it's funny because I know a bunch of like lefty single men are gonna be like, "Oh, that's so creepy that you'd bring that." I don't care. You can call me whatever you want.
It's the
facts.
truth, though. I mean,
Yeah.
when I was like 34, my doctor was like, if you want to have kids, like, now's the time.
Yeah.
You better do it now.
The other thing about Handmaid's Tale is, remember, once the inauguration of President Trump happened in 2017, you would always see the women in red robes everywhere. Another effort that the Kamala is trying to do is to scare people. Like, if Trump is elected, all these bad things are going to happen. And they did that with Handmaid's Tale. But nothing really happened, right? Like, the world didn't end. Women weren't all locked up. And so Kamala has to push this agenda that, like, scary things are going to happen if this guy gets power. They tried that in 2017, and it didn't really work and fizzled out, which is why they talked about climate change.
Well, and people were able to pay for things under Trump, you know? Like, you could buy eggs and groceries. I'll never forget that moment when my grocery bill just kept doubling every week. whenever that was it like 2021, maybe something around there? But it was like ridiculous.
Bacon.
And I stopped buying bacon and I stopped buying meat. And I was like, why are my groceries still going up? I stopped buying all this stuff that's expensive.
Oh, I'll tell you what offended me is I was at a hotel at the RNC and they put out vegan sausage without telling anybody.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh, at the RNC?
Yeah,
I guess it was the hotel's fault, but
it's one of the hotels. And I was getting breakfast and I was having sausage and eggs. Right, I'm trying to cut the carbs and I grabbed the sausage. I sat down. I looked at it and I was like, "What is this?" And then I cut into it and it was like a sponge. And I was like, "I don't think this is sausage. This is vegan." So I complained, and the lady was like, "No, it's good. It's sausage." And I was like, "If I'm allergic to this and it's not sausage, I'll go check." And then she comes back and she's like, "It's not sausage. I'm sorry." They tried sneaking out vegan sausages, hoping nobody would notice.
That's because the Beyond Meat stuff has no shelf life, and they're selling it at huge,
preservatives.
So they're selling it.
Content
Exactly. Just get it
was
off.
disgusting.
Yeah.
It was like chewing on a sponge. I'm not kidding. I took a bite and I was like, "What? This is not food.
Food should not be made in labs.
Should be made by critters."
Yes, and farms and grown and harvested.
That's why I think it's funny when there's that picture of the dude carrying the goose, and everyone's all mad about it. And it's like, I can understand the anger over violating our laws on protecting migratory birds, violating our social customs and norms. But it is kind of funny to me that a dude eating a goose is weird to people, and they go to the grocery store and get frozen dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets and then dip them in high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
I'm like, the goose is better for you.
What's weird, if you've never processed a chicken, if anyone wants to do it, it is gross processing.
Smells bad too.
Yeah, it's just it's a nasty process, and we did it for a long time because it is very cost efficient. But it's easier to go to Costco and get the 2-pack frozen for $4.95.
But
processing chickens is pretty brutal.
Yeah, but here's the crazy thing. If you guys went out into not even a rural area, but just the far suburbs where you're allowed to have backyard chickens, you just drive 5 minutes to the farmer and drop the chickens off, and then he says, come back in a little bit. And then you come back and he's got the fresh prepared chicken for you, and he says, cook it like a normal chicken, like you got from the grocery store, but this is your fresh, grown, raised chicken. I gotta tell you, it's easy, it's fun. First of all you gotta do is you put some wood planks on the ground. Do you do this? You put the planks on the ground with the rope, and you walk up in the morning and you lift them up, and the chickens run and eat the bugs. Free food.
No, I don't do that. We just free range our chickens. We let them.
There you go.
Out
like
and,
grass.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
But, they eat everything. They eat grass. They like eating clovers and whatever, and then they make more themselves if you leave them alone. And then you bring the extra ones over to the dude who does it for you.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong.
They eat each other too.
Yeah.
Chickens are carnivores and they're cannibals.
They have no qualms about any kind of incest.
No.
Gross.
Yep.
Their culture's not like ours.
Their genetics are different, so
they're not a superior culture.
Yeah, their genetics are different, so there's less of a problem of mutations and deformities with inbreeding. So they actually call it line breeding with chickens. Did you ever do this?
Line breeding is the nice way of saying inbreeding.
That's right.
If it's inbreeding, it's a mistake. If it's deliberate, it's line breeding. And they'll do that with horses, with cows, with
You do it with sheep?
Line bred. Yeah, I mean, we don't, but yeah, it is done.
Oh, okay.
It is done. And, a lot of people do it with pigs if you're going to eat the kids. You really shouldn't have a boy pig and a brother-sister pig mate and have them reproduce in generations.
Yeah.
But if they're going to mate and have 8 little piglets and you're going to raise them fat and kill them and eat them, brother and sister can mate. It's a little weird, but you wouldn't want those to intermate because that's how you get the apocalypse.
Interesting.
So yeah, the end state is the apocalypse.
I didn't mean
Chickens
to accuse you
are
of being backwards.
chickens are so stupid they don't know to drink water when it's hot out.
What?
Yeah, it's a big problem. Have you ever experienced that? It gets really hot out and chickens won't drink water. And so there's a trick. What you do is you put seeds in water with ice, and when they try to eat the seeds, they get water. Otherwise, they don't drink. And chickens are not very smart, but they're very funny.
They are, and they're cute. love the farm life.
Yep.
Farmers didn't get any mention in the debate, right? I mean, we could go through a list of, and this is what frustrates me about not having the 3 debates that are thematic, right? If we wanted to talk foreign policy, yes, of course, Israel, Palestine, yes, of course, Russia, Ukraine, but we could talk about NATO, we could talk about South America, we didn't mention China, right? Hello, big red elephant in the room. Didn't mention China, right? If we talked about domestic policy, farm policy, ag policy, land policy, right? Gun policy. There are so many things that the president has power over our lives, and that's wrong. It's not the role of the president,
Well,
but that
they
is the way it's
expanded
constant. Exactly. That's the way it is now. The president's way too powerful. But if we're going to give this person all this power, Kamala can't, as you were saying earlier, Hannah Claire, her answer can't be, I don't want to talk to the press. Like, you've got all these great ideas. Well, what are they? I don't want to say. You know, what? Knock,
They're so
knock,
great.
who's
Let
there?
us know.
Yes. Right. And that's the frustrating thing is there are so many things I'd like to ask the president and the vice president, not on gotcha, just honest conversation about really important issues that affect our lives. Yeah. And we just ignore over them. And we talk about, oh my gosh, we talk about abortion for hours on end. And that is an important issue. But there are so many issues that deserve time. And
It's important, but it's not the major issue that affects
sexy.
Everyone's lives, like
sexy.
food production.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Super Chats, so smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member for that members-only uncensored show, which will be coming up in about a half an hour. You don't want to miss it. Not so family-friendly, but always fun and funny, and you as members get to call in and join us for the show. And that's when you can tell us we're wrong. And I know you're just dying to tell me how wrong I am and everyone else. So you got to be a member, and you can super chat, or you can get in the member and say, I want to ask a question about why Tim is so wrong, and then you're on the show. All right. Tim Jake says, sad day. Had to say goodbye to one of our cats. He was 13 and diabetic. The last several days were really tough, so it was time to let him go. Sad to hear it, my friend. Sad to hear it. I know all too well. Mr. Bocus, you know, there's only a few bags left of the Mr. Bocus Pumpkin Spice Experience, and that'll be the end. But we're going to make a in memoriam espresso blend called Focus with Mr. Bocus. And, you know, we'll always remember. Now we have Seamus the cat. But I don't call him Seamus anymore. I call him James because I don't respect the Irish.
Ouch. Ouch. As an Irishman,
I'm Irish, too.
Yeah.
It was funny because I said I posted on X in response to the Russia story, you can eat my Irish ass. And to the journalists. And the people are like, you're Irish now? And I'm like, I've always been Irish. Just because, like, I'm more Irish than I am Korean. Come on, guys. Anyway, it's a joke because we jokingly named the cat Seamus because we were hanging out with Seamus. We caught the cat. And then I made the joke that we should name the cat Seamus 1 and the cartoonist Seamus 2. And Seamus was like, you guys are bad friends. But then now I call him James because, you know, that's the Anglo version. We don't respect that. Seamus, get out of here. We're James.
Just like Cromwell. Good job. Don't let the Irish speak their own language.
James, that's right. He's James now. That's what I call him. That's how my cat name became James the cat. All right. Stonebleed says, how many Harris campaign staffers to take to screw in a light bulb? But wrong. They use gaslighting.
Oh, very good.
Very good. All right. A lad who ate 4 dozen eggs says, we did it, Tim. We got Joe Biden to wear a MAGA hat. There goes Kamala's momentum from yesterday. I can't believe he did that.
It's very funny.
I mean, optics, man. People aren't going to know or care why.
Very odd.
It is, in a sense, an endorsement.
Yeah.
Run it. Look, the Trump eating the dogs thing, I've been saying this since yesterday. I said it this morning. I guarantee you, come this weekend, I'll be at the poker table, and some guy's going to go, you hear they're eating dogs in Ohio? Yeah, I heard that. What's that about? I don't know. People are saying that migrants are eating dogs. They're not going to dissect Donald Trump's statement. They're not going to follow up with a fact check. They're going to have heard from their buddy who was smoking a cigarette or drinking that some guy, yeah, Trump, here's what's going to happen. They're going to be at work and the guy's going to go, and Trump's saying they're eating dogs now. Oh, what's going on? Then he's going to go to the poker table and it's going to purple monkey dishwash and say, I heard they're eating dogs. Another guy's going to hear that and go, what? Then he's going to go back to another guy and say, yeah, they're eating dogs now. And that's all that happens. So I explain it like this. Imagine you got 3 people. You go to one in the morning and you say, migrants are eating dogs. And they're going to go, that's crazy. What are you talking about? You go to guy B, they're eating dogs. He says, you're crazy. You go to guy C, say the same thing. They all say you're crazy. But then when guy A meets guy B up for lunch, and he goes, did you hear in this? They're saying they're eating dogs?
I heard that.
You
Yeah.
did? You heard that too?
I heard that, yeah.
What? And then guy C walks up and goes, hey, are you talking about them eating dogs? I heard the same thing. And they're going, whoa.
Yeah.
Now they think it must be happening because they're hearing it from two other people, when in fact there was one source of information.
Yep. Triangulated.
Yep. Jackie Octavia says, was driving through Wisconsin and saw an anti-criminal immigration billboard paid for by Democrats for Trump. What? Feel a lot better about Wisconsin, but we must keep fighting. Wow, that's huge. That's actually a really good strategy. If you're a former Democrat, don't abandon being a Democrat, but vote for Trump. And then say you're a Democrat for Trump. A lot of these Democrats are like, I'm a Republican now. And I know, go be a Democrat and vote for Trump and send that message. All right, what's next? Ginger McIsaac says, I put my finger on why Comrade Kamala bugs me so. She talks like that spoiled cheerleader whose poop isn't stinky. Yeah, stinky after all.
Mean girl.
I think
Heathers, but not Winona Ryder.
I think both Kamala and Trump had their behavior wasn't so good, but Trump had the better version of it. That is, if Trump did what he did with Biden, where he remained calm, Kamala says, "You people leave your rallies early." Trump could have just smirked and said, "Are we here to talk about my rallies? Can we get back to the economy? I'd like to help the American people." Boom. She would have been like, "Ow." But he took the bait. That being said, Trump being angry is better than being snooty.
Yeah.
So Kamala Harris coming off as condescending and indifferent is not going to play well. That's why the undecideds, according to Reuters, said Trump. All right, let's grab some more. Polly Pure says, Kamala came off like a high school mean girl, very off-putting to women.
Mean girl again.
All right. Kyle says, anyone notice if you ask ChatGPT who shot Trump, it will say no one ever shot at Trump, nor has there ever been an attempt on his life? Yeah, that was a big story.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's weird.
It's still that way? Like ChatGPT will still say
Some
that?
people are still reporting that, yeah. Oof. Let's go. Chaos for Harmony says, funniest zinger of the debate that no one seemed to catch. Quote, I don't care about her race. I'm just saying there were reports that said she's black. She puts out, yeah, I'll say that. And then she's in full Indian dress. Is that the quote, what he said?
I don't remember.
He puts out?
I don't remember him that part, but
I didn't hear that either.
I did. It was like, I don't care. I don't care. She says she's black. I don't care. I just think it's funny that now she's black.
He didn't say Indian. That doesn't appear in the transcript.
No, I don't remember that part. But
Yeah, he didn't say that.
He did have the indifference, like, I don't care. I don't care what she is.
Right.
It's just funny that
Be whatever she wants to be.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know. All I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black,
she
and
put
that's
out?
okay. Either one
Said
was
that?
okay
He's
with
saying
me.
that she
That's
put out the
up to
report.
her. That's up to
Yeah,
her.
not that she.
Right.
Yes, that she put out that she's not black, which she probably didn't do, but she.
I thought her response body language was weird on that question.
Yeah.
That was one of the times she looked the furthest down and then was just sort of waggling her head. I think it would have been she was teed up for this really easy response of being like, my father is black and my mother is Indian. I am fortunate to be in whatever position that allows me to give some sort of diversity speech. But she sort of like, it makes her uncomfortable to talk about her race, which I find funny.
Because everyone wants to be Irish.
I want to read this from the regular chat. Vanguard says, I'm Tim Pool, bald fool. Please buy my coffee. well, I do say that, so, Thanks for the chat, Vanguard. Stephen D. Parker Jr. says, fun fact, Haitian voodoo is practiced widely in Haiti, and like most, if not all, Afro-Caribbean religions include ritual animal sacrifice as a sacrament. You can Google search this right now about animal sacrifice in New York. The story's from like a day ago. 2 days
Oh,
ago.
yeah, it's crazy.
I have photos that my mom sent me. It was her neighborhood.
Really?
I can send them to Serge, and we can put them on. That mom and her church was part of the cleanup after they were done with the animal sacrifice.
How disgusting.
Yeah, very disgusting. Some pigs got out and were running around the neighborhood, but they were brought to a shelter.
All right, Melatesta says, Timcast should offer to host and moderate the next debate. Yes, that would be fantastic. That'll never happen. Kamala's only going to go to a debate where she won't go to the Fox debate. She only goes where it's rigged, where they're going to everything's set
Yeah,
up
it's
for her.
totally not fair because I really would like to see someone ask Kamala Harris what a woman is. And I know it seems like, a lot of people are just like, it's dumb, but it would let us know what her relationship to reality actually is.
We will know for a fact if Kamala is nervous if she insists the next debate moderator is George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah.
And because that means she's desperate, because George, always in a pinch, bails out the Democrat.
Yeah.
I want to see a debate moderated by Alex Jones.
That would be great too.
But I think it's because Alex would just snap and go off on Kamala, and it would like break down to him being like, he would just go on this prolonged rant about the deep state, the things Kamala was involved in. He'd start naming people specifically. Like, just imagine him being like, Vice President Harris, the question for you is on foreign invasion and U.S. involvement in Ukraine. Do you think we should put more money in? And then we start answering. He will snap back and fact check. And then within like a minute, he's going to be running off. General Milley said this, and when you had, Hillary Clinton come in that room, and the advisors were coming, and it would be great to see him like just explode on this rant in front of Kamala Harris.
I also think very quickly they were anticipating she would do poorly, and that's why they chose September 10th, because they knew that today a huge percentage of the coverage would be on September 11th, and they could say, whoa, look, today is not a day to talk politics. We are remembering the lives lost, or if Trump gloats, it's like, you know what, how shameful that he is talking about this on the day.
But that was
not deliberately why they chose the 10th.
It's not just 9/11. It's Taylor Swift, too. This morning when I woke up and I turned on Fox, it was 9/11 Memorial, and they were running the footage of 9/11 from 23 years ago.
As they always do.
Right.
Yeah.
So the debate stuff was just not in the morning news.
No.
Crazy.
Because they thought she was going to do poorly.
Well, and Kamala Harris on stage, like, it is interesting. I think you're right. The proximity to 9/11 is part of it. I'll also point out the VMAs are tonight, so there are a lot of people who are not interested in politics who are not paying attention to any of that.
Yeah, I am planning to go home and check all the VMA outfits.
But she also said on stage that January 6th was the biggest attack on democracy since the Civil War, which, do you not know what the next day is, my friend? Do you not know that you're about to go to New York and appear with everybody else?
That was crazy.
Wasn't there
Fox brought that up, and I think it was Laura Ingraham, and she was just like, 9/11 is today.
Wasn't there a debate that they did the day before the Super Bowl or the morning after? There was, or the kickoff of NFL. There was a presidential debate recently. Maybe it was 2020. Maybe a G chat will come in or a super chat will come in. There was a presidential debate that they did deliberately that coincided with the NFL, and maybe it was Trump Biden, and I can't remember. So they choose the date specifically if they think they're going to do poorly, and that's why they chose September 10th.
I just loved it. They were like, some guy was sitting in an office and he watched the debate and he picks up his phone and he goes, "Execute Taylor Swift's plan."
Yeah,
and then Taylor Swift looks around and then she like hits the button.
Tell Taylor it's a go.
They had that post probably drafted and set up and ready to go.
Yeah. I think they added the line as I watched the debate tonight afterwards. I think they had everything else written, and then they were like, "It needs to be today." And she was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
All right. It was Order 23. Was that her album? What was that album?
1989?
89, yeah. Execute Order 89. That's what it would have said. Order 89. And then Taylor Swift hits the button. All right. Let's have another super chat here. Ted Thornton says, Kamala is in over her head. She craves power, is suffering from imposter syndrome, and truly incompetent. Her positions are not clear because she is the epitome of an empty suit.
She also needs to fire whoever's picking her pantsuits. They're not stepping up here.
What was she? She was wearing like Chloe at the VMAs. It was like that beige one.
Yeah, I mean, she's not. She's just picking really weird, dark, neutral colors.
Did you guys see that clip that went viral where Kamala said that she wants to ban guns, and David Muir is like, "You said that you want to sign an executive order to start to ban assault weapons, but such a power doesn't exist." And then Joe Biden's like, "It's unconstitutional. You can't do that." And she goes, "Joe, instead of saying we can't, how about we say yes we can?" And he goes, "It's unconstitutional."
We covered that today.
That
was
funny.
ridiculous.
Just say yes we can.
Which is kind of a lot of that was a lot of her response to Trump yesterday.
Right.
Like, I'm not trying to be negative. Let's be positive.
And that's their response to everything. You're not allowed to forgive student loans. Let's do it anyway, right? Like, yes, we can. I can do whatever I want.
Campaign of joy.
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Oh, Mark Clancy says, after 90 minutes of hearing Kamala's whiny, screeching voice, my head still hurts. This is another thing, too, that I don't think the left wants to admit. They love to talk about sexism, but when you bring up that people likely would not want to vote for a woman because of the sound of her voice, they say, you're sexist. I'm like, well, no, I'm agreeing with you. So I mentioned this before, that I think Kamala Harris is going to struggle because it actually was about AOC. When AOC did that rally where she was pumping and hooting and talking like this, I'm like, there's a big difference from a deep-voiced tall man banging on a table and talking in a deep voice, and people go like, whoa, and a woman with a high-pitched, raspy voice that sounds frail. And the left attacked me as sexist. They said, Tim Pool's sexist for saying this. And I'm like, No, I'm literally saying that other people are sexist and would not vote for a woman because of that. I believe that's true. I believe the left is correct. People are sexist. So when they see Kamala Harris talking like this, there's a lot of people who are just going to be like, no, 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 no. I don't care what she's saying.
Yeah, there are gender differences, right? Isn't that amazing, right? Like genders sound different and act different, and people respond to the differences differently. You know, as you were just saying, ask Kamala, what is a woman, right? It would be a great conversation.
Well, and it
But
would be
that's never
great to
gonna
know
happen.
if she would respond like Maya Wiley did when she was asked in Congress about that just sometime earlier this summer, when she said, "A woman is someone who says she is."
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh,
You know, it's
that's
like
beautiful.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
almost poetic, right? But I want to know if Kamala Harris thinks a woman is someone who says she is, or if she thinks a woman is an adult human female. Because on the one hand, you're, writing poetry to craft policy, and on the other hand, you know what reality is.
The appropriate question in debate is not what is a woman. It's how would you define woman? Because I'll tell you what happens. If Trump said, Madam Vice President, what is a woman? She'd say, wow, Donald, can't say I'm surprised you don't know what a woman is. And they'd go, woo, and they'll start clapping. She'd be like, okay, every woman in the room knows that Donald Trump can't figure out what a woman is. And she won't answer the question. She'll turn it into a zinger. The question is, like if I was Trump, I'd say something like, we're hearing a lot about this gender stuff in schools, and they're saying that little boys can be girls and little girls can be boys. And Tim Waltz, they call him Tampon Tim because he put tampons for little boys in the bathrooms. So, Madam Vice President, this is your proposed administration. How would you define the word woman? No answer.
Yeah. She wouldn't be able to.
She wouldn't be able to say.
No zingers, no answers, no responses. She might try and say, you don't know what a woman is? And be like, I can tell you, it's an adult human female. Or that's another thing you might want to say. A woman is an adult human female. But what would you say it is? And then she can't answer. It's the attack vector for Trump should be, I can't remember who brought this up on the show. Bring up Israel every opportunity. Trump should have brought up Israel. That was you. Right. That's a good point. Trump should bring up Israel as a wedge issue because it shatters the leftists and the liberal default liberals.
Yeah. Well, according to last night, Kamala Harris loves Israel, knows it has a right to exist, and wants to defend it. She loves guns, right? She has limits on abortion. She's not in favor of unlimited abortion, right? She loves oil and gas. She was praising about our oil production numbers. So it's just funny that this is the new Kamala Harris, right?
Trump should have said, they call her Killer Kamala. That's what they're saying outside. The protesting saying she's Killer Kamala because Israel and then let her stew on it.
Yeah.
How does she respond to that?
Have you heard some of the interviews from the protest that was last night in Philadelphia? They're saying, I won't vote for Trump or Harris, which they were probably, these progressive activists were probably never going to vote for Trump. So his campaigner knows that, whereas they might have voted for a candidate, they typically would have voted Democrat. It's an issue that Republicans don't have in the way that the Kamala Harris campaign does.
And that's why they made sure it wasn't Shapiro, because they were hoping that these people would default if it was not the Jew.
Oh, man.
Right?
The debate would have been brutal if she picked Josh Shapiro. Because the protests would be twice as loud, twice as angry. Social media would be on fire. She'd have no support. The Democrats have a real anti-Semitism problem.
Yep.
And she threw that back at Trump. And this is another missed opportunity. She said the Charlottesville hoax to Trump.
Yep.
Anti-Semitism. And Trump said that was debunked. Everyone knows it's debunked. Trump didn't articulate the responses well enough. Because he did say it was debunked, but he should have said that the full context was, I did condemn the neo-Nazis. However, Madam Vice President, right now outside, they're calling you Killer Kamala, and your supporters are anti-Semites.
Yeah, why didn't he mention that? Because there were protests out there, and we didn't hear a lot about it.
No.
But he needed to flip the anti-Semitism thing back on her. He could have easily said the Republican Party doesn't have a problem with anti-Semitism. It's the Democrats. It's the people outside right now screaming and demanding that Kamala Harris stop supporting Israel.
It's the college students across the nation who are shutting down the quads, right? Who are all the academic leftists, and their professors and their university administrators. They're the ones who are the anti-Semites. Missed opportunity, unfortunately, Mr. President. Missed opportunity, which is why we need a second debate.
James C. says, I work on the port of Tampa, and we are gearing up for the ILA strike. This will cause some shorts on imported items. Strikes start first of the month. Really? What's going on with that? I didn't hear about that.
ILA, as in the initials? ILA?
That's what it says. It says ILA. ILA strike. Have you guys heard about that?
International
I don't know about it.
Labor, I don't know what ILS stands for.
Association.
Yeah. Huh. Haven't heard about it. Port of Tampa is a big one. That one gets shut down, bad things will happen.
Yep.
Yeah,
You look it up?
new ILA doubles down on strike threat as shippers brace for port chaos.
Yeah, International Longshoremen's Association.
Oh, longshoremen.
Shut them
Oh, boy.
down. Oh, I remember. I went to school with somebody who was in the Longshoremen's Union.
Oh, boy.
I read this thing that said back in the day, longshoreman contracts on the East Coast said you couldn't feed them lobster more than twice a week.
That was in the old days. Yeah, that was true in Maine as well. Like people who had
Lobster's so
servants
good.
weren't allowed to feed their servants lobster more than twice a week.
That's crazy.
That was part of it. I mean, because there's like Hannah Nightingale, who's at the Post Millennial. She's from Maine, and she hates lobster.
Oh.
She's like, there's just too much of it. I'm just done. I don't even like it anymore.
That's crazy to me. I could eat steak forever.
I could also
I could
eat
eat
steak
I could eat lobster and steak forever
Yeah,
and never be unhappy.
That's what I'm saying. So I went to Maine and got fresh lobster, and we were just eating. It was awesome. I was just in Newport, and I got a full lobster, and they bring it on a plate, and it's the full thing, but the shell just pops right off, and then you got all the meat right there. It's delicious. I could eat it forever.
Yeah.
And then here's the thing. Like, I understand they grow up around it all the time, so like, no, I don't want any more. There's steak everywhere. I will
Plus,
eat
like,
steak for every meal of the day if I could.
I grew up around a lot of pasta. I still will eat a lot of it. I'm
In
happy
fact,
about it.
I'm going to go to the restaurant this weekend, and I'm going to get a filet mignon with a lobster tail.
You're making me want to go
kinda
get
wanna-
some nice fillets.
I kind of want to eat right now. Actually, I'm
Yeah.
getting a little hungry. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm a damn good cook. I should have you guys over for dinner sometime. I'm a really good cook.
I believe you. I will come hang out with
How far
you
away?
and-
Time-wise, how far away are you?
35 minutes.
Oh, that's not far at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we cook one of your animals or something?
I have a ton of lamb, and I don't always make lamb for my guests because some people who dislike lamb really dislike lamb.
I love lamb.
I have a ton of lamb.
Like
so-
Gyros.
Yeah.
Gyros.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say because you can see them from our dining room window.
Oh,
and
no,
people
no,
feel
no, no,
weird
no.
about it.
No, and when the few that we bring to slaughter, we mix up and we don't know who's who. And then they're just in the freezer. Our sheep have, as Andrew says, they have a wonderful life and one bad afternoon.
As long as it's food, I'll eat it. There's the few animals that I won't eat are the American social norm animals. So, dogs, cats, whales.
Horses? You don't eat
Yeah,
horses?
I won't eat horse.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so if I'm starving to death and we're out hunting and like the world has ended, I'm going to eat tree leaves. I'm going to eat whatever I can, like, you know what I mean? But I would likely only eat horse on a rare occasion, but I'm not as off, like horse is not as off limits as say like a dog or cat. I'll tell you the one real reason why I would never eat dog. The principal reason is man's best friend, strong social connection to our culture, and it feels immoral to do so. But there's a practical reason. It's that they say if you eat dog, dogs can smell it forever.
Ah.
Interesting.
So you know how dogs can like detect cancers and tumors. A dog can smell when you're about to have a seizure, like crazy stuff. I've heard that if you eat dog, dogs can smell that you've eaten dog, and it will create strained relationships with future dogs.
Yeah.
So I'm very much in the mind of like I'd like to be friends with all dogs, even the bad ones, if I can try and be friends with them and they're willing to be friends. I see someone's dog and the golden retriever's all happy and doofy. You want to be friends. But they say that if you've ever eaten dog, the dog's going to know.
Yeah.
The dog will look at you. That's why I wonder, because I see some people and the dogs growl at them just for no reason. And you're like, ooh, I wonder if the dog's like, ooh, you ate dog before.
Dog can sense
You're
something.
not a friend of mine. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, that'd be, I mean, in addition to that just being a horrifying things to do, specifically from the culture that we're in.
Yeah, you don't eat dog. That's wrong.
Yeah, I would never want dogs to not like me. I'm always so happy when there's dogs.
Yeah, dogs are good people.
Eventually, when I travel less, I would really like to have a dog.
As much as people rag on cats, cats are actually pretty good people too. And I think that's why dogs and cats are like the top pet. So like James, our cat now, he's a good dude. He's silly, and he can be annoying, but he's a good dude. He'll he's friends. He's friends with you.
I like that in America, rabbits are on the fence. Like some people have pet rabbits, but then also you could get a nice rabbit at a restaurant.
We got rabbit jerky in the other room.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind eating rabbit. I don't.
That's a great point. What animals are on the cusp? There
Yeah.
are people who have pet rabbits. I know people who raise rabbits,
turtles,
for food.
Yeah.
Turtles are pets and food.
Yeah.
Turtles too.
I mean, chickens are kind of pets. Pigs.
Yeah.
Lots of house pigs.
People will have fish in their there are tropical fish that are pets, but there are fish that you catch while you're fishing, and those ones you eat.
Well, I'll tell you this. There's a story of this dude who was at a party, and they were all drinking, and then someone found a slug, and they dared him to put it in his beer and drink it, and then he died.
Yeah. Don't joke with slugs.
Yeah.
Whatever bacteria they have. I remember that exact same report. Yeah, as like a dare, because idiot 15-year-old, 25-year-old kids. Who mentioned tampon tin? You did, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking about having been a 12-year-old boy at one time. I can't imagine the 12-year-old boys' bathrooms with the tampon.
They destroyed it. See it?
They're doing Martian ears, and I would love to have seen these 12-year-olds with
Did you see the story though? They ripped it down. They ripped the tampon dispenser down and destroyed it.
There you go.
Yeah, because why do boys want stuff? I used to have this play reading professor in college, and she had this play that was about part of the play was two guys having a fight in a women's bathroom in a bar. Like they ended up in there, and one of them ends up bleeding, and the other one says, oh, I don't have any bandages, but here, use this, and pulls a pad out of a dispenser.
This happens in that Amanda Bynes movie, She's the Man.
And it seems like that would just never happen.
Well, she's like pretending to be her brother. She can play on the soccer team or whatever. And her roommate finds a box of tampons. And she says, oh, well, they're for nosebleeds. They're really absorbent. You never do this? I mean, look, I'm sure they could find a use for them, but that's not helping the female students who actually need the product.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to that members-only show, so smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Head over right now to timcast.com, click sign up on the top right, or join us in the menu. Become a member to support our work, because this show is made possible because of viewers like you. And you'll get access to the Discord server. You can submit questions and then actually join in the next hour of the show, which will be on timcast.com uncensored. You can follow me on X at Timcast. Daniel, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, Daniel Turner, Power of the Future, powerofthefuture.com. Shoot me an email, daniel at powerofthefuture.com, if you want to talk about energy, environment, fossil fuels, all those fun things. And if you love sheep and farm life, Bristol Farm, Virginia on Instagram. We are Virginia's premier sheep farm. Bristol Farm, Virginia on Instagram. Follow us and you'll see some cute dogs and sheep and all the animals. Thanks for having me on.
You did a crazy thing with the wool. And you spread it all out.
You follow us. Flattered. Yes.
I see almost all of your posts.
We put it along in the path in the woods to try to keep down. We have so much damn wool. We have so much we didn't know what to do with it.
Do you have like a spinning wheel?
We've been trying to give it away. If anyone wants wool for free, you just have to come get it. We've been trying to give it away.
I would love to know how to do that.
I want someone to make me a Bristol Farm sweater. Like I want a product from your wool, because
I think that would be
have a purpose for a baby lamb, but a sweater would be cool.
Timcast is always looking for content. We can find someone who knows how to have a spindle and wool, and there's a show.
I feel like
what's the Instagram for?
Figure that out.
Bristol Farm, Virginia.
It's actually a good Instagram. I'm Libby Emmons. I'm with the Post Millennial. You can check out what we're doing at thepostmillennial.com and humanevents.com. And also you can follow me on Twitter at Libby Emmons. I'm also on Instagram, as you just discovered, and you could follow me there, but I think there's a period in the middle, Libby.Emmons maybe. You could also, apparently I have this newsletter, and I wake up early and write it every day, and you could follow that too. It's thepostmillennial.com/Libby.
And it's also your birthday. So
and it's my birthday. And if anyone wants to see these cupcakes with the Nutella icing, I'm going to eat one in the break.
Happy birthday to you.
Here's these cupcakes. I'm very happy with them. They came out good.
I might have
thanks
a second.
for spending your birthday
this will be my third cupcake today.
Yeah, I'm excited to try mine. Thanks for spending your birthday with us.
Thanks.
Daniel, thanks for coming to do
Thank
some
you.
post-debate breakdown. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, Scanner News. Follow all of Scanner News' work at Timcast News on the internet, especially Alad was on the ground at the protest yesterday. That's his favorite thing in the world. I'm sure you guys would be interested in his content. I'm on Instagram at HannahClaire.b. I'm on Twitter at HannahClaireB. Thanks for everything you do. Have a great night.
We will see you all over at timcast.com in a few minutes, but it's going to be Brimcast.
Thank goodness.
I'm going to try and get some sleep because you can tell that I was sick this morning and tonight. So Hannah Claire will take over the uncensored show. But we'll see you all there in a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out.
Committee will come to order. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Boudreau, one of the obvious and most frightening aspects of this open border is the migration of the most violent gangs in the world into our community, such as MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. You said that the cartels are already trying to sink roots into your community. Could you go a little bit more into the details of what you're dealing with now in Tulare County?
Yes, sir. What's interesting is that the cartels have actually infiltrated within California, even within agricultural businesses and businesses up and down the state of California. They are very smart, very good at what they do. They're businessmen. They're also very dangerous and violent, and they lead by intimidation and fear. In our county alone, the cartel that we dismantled was a Sinaloa cartel. The DEA is, of the 50 people we arrested, the DEA is still hunting down the primary suspect who actually lives in Sinaloa, Mexico. During the course of this investigation, we did learn that homicides had taken place up and down the state, as well as in the central San Joaquin Valley.
And did you say that one suspect was responsible for 25 murders?
Yes, sir. So in another case...
This is what you're seeing in California today in real time.
Real time. We have a man who was an assassin working for the cartel. And this man admitted to over 25 different assassinations that took place at the direction of the cartel. He was discovered after he had committed a homicide and accidentally had left a receipt from a gas station, and we caught him on video and was able to speak with him, and during the course of the investigation admitted to those. But what he also admitted is that he was responsible for a certain area of California, and there were many other assassins assigned by cartels in California, throughout California, that were responsible for those areas.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating.
Bearden High School football team.
Something other than brown.
gray. Come on.
Good
How we got here, but you do a much
This.
job too.
these power.
Oh, it's a voting day.
The vice. If I'm going to run an in loud.
Followed his debate against President Donald Trump.
To tell you on this for their children.
Followed his.
She will have done.
We expect, right?
I mean, this
we'll
is
see.
a former United
States. 2 months away. Thank you.
Have fun.
Welcome
Trump
to you
wasn't
both.
gonna do
It's
it.
wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
There we go.
And I'm actually the only person on the stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
Wow.
I believe in the ambition, the aspirations,
start
the
doing
dreams
this?
of the
Does this make me
American
look like a
people.
stronger speaker?
And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people.
But why
We
is it
know
so
that young
expensive?
families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother.
The answer
She was
is
a small
no, the
business
economy's
owner.
not good.
I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before.
Yep.
Which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025.
Oh, my God.
Everybody drink. Intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. we had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So spicy tonight.
Donald Trump has no plan for you.
I thought he had a
When you look
plan.
at his economic
I thought he had
plan,
plans
it's
for
all
2025.
about
I thought you
tax
hated his
breaks for
plan.
the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America.
Jim Cramer,
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would
He's like
actually
stone-faced,
explode
where
the
she
deficit.
has been sort of like
16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Wow. It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan. And it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at that. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up
11 minutes in.
tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American
Notice her
chips
sidestepping any
to
connection
China
to the Biden administration.
to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point. When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
Wait a minute.
First of all, they bought the chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's got the If she ever got elected, she'd change it.
Oh, she's laughing.
It will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well.
Now she's excited.
She's done
Tell me
to our
more.
country. And when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly,
Well, she's crossing
where
her
it's,
over
I believe,
herself, so she's
21
feeling
million
defensive.
people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job. But the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to your testimony.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their
So what
body
about the 12
does
and
not have
14-year-old
the right
girls
to make
that
a
have been
decision
raped by
about what
illegals?
happens
When are we going
to
talk
their
about
body
that?
next?
And
That
those
is
girls'
immoral.
lives are changed forever.
And
those families'
one does
lives
not
are
have to
changed forever
abandon
because
their
of their
faith
failed
or
policies.
deeply held
I don't think
beliefs
she could
to agree.
win any
The
moderate
government
slash,
and
like,
Donald Trump
conservative
certainly
leaning
should
independent
not
on
be
this
telling
issue.
a woman
She's
what
too
to do
extreme. You
with
can't
her
tour a
body.
Planned
I have talked
Parenthood
with women
and then come out and say,
around
I'm the more
our country.
reasonable one.
You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency
that's
room
not the
because
same
the
thing,
healthcare
though.
providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
States voted for it.
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term.
Just
They
said
don't
that he
want that.
is okay with
He
an
just gave an
exception for
exception to
incest.
it.
And
Yeah.
I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be
And they never
reelected,
include
he
Pennsylvania.
will sign a
They
national
will say,
abortion ban.
we're not
Understand,
part of
in
the
his
ban because we have
Project
24 months.
2025,
At
there
24
would be a
months, it's
national
still a ban after
abortion,
24
a
months.
monitor
Or weeks,
that
I'm
would be
sorry, weeks,
monitoring
my
your
bad.
pregnancies, your miscarriages.
Yeah,
I
2
think the
years.
American
My
people
bad.
believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body,
I think this is the
should not
only
be
thing
made by
she's
the government.
rehearsed enough to
Thank
talk
you,
about it
Vice
later.
President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated,
Oh, that's
and
such a
it
good
ended up being a
pivot.
total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans.
One of the biggest false
They can
promises
never
of
get
the
this
Biden
approved.
campaign.
So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans.
I can't do 4 years of her speaking for the women of America. I'm personally
dream
not
of
okay
having
with
a
that.
family are being denied IVF happening in our country. Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through
be responsible for
is
your actions.
unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris.
Excuse me, I have
She
to
completely
respond.
sidestepped being
Another
specific
lie.
there.
It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask.
Hear that whisper?
Hear the whisper.
Will she
wasn't
allow
muted.
abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay,
Why can't she say it?
Answer that meeting.
why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia.
There we
the
go.
governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue
It is
that's
a good
important to
topic.
Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration.
She's like, I don't
this
even
past
know Joe
June,
Biden. I've
President
never heard
Biden
of him.
imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
But answer
And
the
let
damn
me
question.
say that the
The top
United
lady.
States
What would you do
Congress, including
differently?
some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country.
And to be
That
clear,
bill
under the Biden
would have put
administration.
more resources to allow us
Well,
to
the Biden
prosecute
administration's
transnational
request
criminal
for more
organizations
manpower
for trafficking in
was
guns,
for-
drugs,
to
and human
increase
beings. But you know what
processing
happened to that
capabilities,
bill?
not to turn
Donald
people
Trump
away.
got on the
Correct.
phone,
That's a fact.
called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
This is a terrible
because
bill.
he'd prefer to run
The
on
bill
a
that
problem
said we should have a
instead of
certain number
fixing
of illegal immigrants
a
enter the
problem.
country.
And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions,
That
who
seems like an
actually
insult to Joe
addresses
Biden.
the problems at hand.
Well, to give
But
you
what we
context,
have in the former president
if
is
it's 10
someone who
million
would prefer to
individuals
run
that
on a
have come into
problem
this country
instead of
illegally
fixing a
under Joe
problem.
Biden. The
And
state
I'll
of
tell you
Tennessee
something. He's going to talk
is
about immigration a
7.3
lot
million.
tonight, even when it's not the subject
Larger
that
than
is
the
being
entire state of
raised.
Tennessee.
And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
Have you ever been to
You
one?
will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his
pivoting
rallies
away from
early
immigration and
of
crime.
exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your
What is that?
and your
What's she
desires.
doing? What is that?
And I'll tell you, I believe
She's
you
never been to
deserve
one of his
a
rallies. How
president
can she
who
act like
actually
she's a
puts you
source?
first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response. Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill successfully so that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light.
we'll go to
She can't
immigration
talk
now.
about that.
Jim.
People don't leave my rallies.
Oh,
The
my
biggest
God.
rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people they're eating the cats.
I mean, I didn't hear anybody any dogs.
Of the people
Mainstream media is
that
going to
live
freak out
there.
about that tomorrow.
Your desires.
What is that?
And I'll tell you, I believe
She's
you
never been to
deserve
one of his
a
rallies. How
president
can she
who
act like
actually
she's a
puts you
source?
first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response. Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill successfully so that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light.
we'll go to
She can't
immigration
talk
now.
about that.
Jim.
People don't leave
That's
my
practice.
rallies.
Oh,
The
my
biggest
God.
rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people they're eating the cats.
I mean, I didn't hear anybody any dogs.
Of the people
Mainstream media is
that
going to freak
live
out about that
there.
tomorrow.
This is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to
The
bring
rally
our
thing's
country
distracted him,
back.
though. He should
They
be more
want to make
focused on
America
immigration.
great
That's right.
again. It's a very simple phrase: make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals.
They're going to back check that, right?
Let me just say here, this is
The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
No, the laugh.
You know,
The laugh.
this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain.
gonna say 200
I don't think that's the win she thinks it is.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congressmember Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know
Wrap it up, election's over.
the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit.
Less on character,
His
more on
former
immigration.
Secretary of Defense
We
has
gotta
said
get
the
back.
nation,
Trump's
the
gotta bring it back
Republic
to
would
the issue,
never
right?
survive
You just say
another
character right from the
Trump
get-go. That's all she's gonna talk about.
term.
That's all she.
She's doing
And
this to
when
get
we
under his
listen
skin.
to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
But more on immigration.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military. You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Use the issue, talk
it is
about
much
the
higher
difficulty of the
because of them.
logistics, rather
they
than we have a country to protect.
Many
We just
millions
decide
of
who
criminals.
comes in. We
They
decide
allowed
who has to leave.
terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. Right. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country.
Excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond.
Chicago and LA.
Well, I think this is so rich. Coming from someone who has been prosecuted for
that's her.
national security
was not going to go low.
economic
Remember
crimes, election interference, has been found.
She's not talking about
liable
immigration, though.
For
She's
sexual
only talking
assault.
about his character.
And his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear.
I wish you would just say
where
like
each
you were
person
sidestepping the
stands
issue.
on
not
the
about me,
issue
it's about the
of
country.
what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and
Turn the page.
address
Stop
the needs of
talking
the
about
American
it.
people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed.
Wow, this shit's intense, man.
minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require... minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Not enough energy. minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Not enough. Not enough We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We We require more minerals. 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 Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. We require metamorphosis complete. We require more. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. minerals. We require more 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 minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.